You were hosting it on Neurotoxin anyway, at least, so
Woohoo! Oh,
um,
shit.
anybody in there was able to see it at least. Um, one time it rained cotton candy for like 20 minutes.
Did we know what it was?
I think cotton candy exists. Yeah.
Because of magic? The same
Uh,
reason like ice cream exists in Goblin Slayer. Now I'm talking
I
about
mean, I
Goblin
don't, I
Slayer. We
don't,
need
I
to
don't see
move.
any reason why fluffy sugar wouldn't exist in this world. That seems like a perfectly normal thing to have.
Ah, shit, yeah, and they do have weird technology jumps. Ah,
Right, 'cause it's not like we're actually in Earth 1219. We're in Earth like 200,000, but the calendar's just restarted 200 times.
yeah. We really need to, like, get moving down the place. How many things? It's three? I'm moving a second time. There we go.
Why don't you just go halfway down that road if you're going to the Keep Silex, and we'll do an encounter check roll
I
for
think
the
that's
day.
halfway. That's 4 and 4.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the odd number right there? Is that 1d20?
Go ahead. You should have the encounter check button. If you don't, please check
Oh,
the
holy do, I do.
macros
That's cool.
section.
Counter check. I rolled a
Good.
10.
So your day on the road is uneventful aside from getting rained on all day.
Sad.
Womp womp.
I use my baskets. No, I can't. No, then water will get in the basket. Shit. No, I'm just sad.
um,
I put my backpack in the basket. There you go.
Moments I wish I took prestidigitation.
aw.
Why do you want that? I got some prestidigitation going on. I could probably do
Because
something.
prestidigitation can unsoil clothing. So
Oh
you
yeah,
could just
no,
be
of course.
using that to unsoak clothing.
Yep. No, and with Alvistaver's, Tourette's kind of attitude towards casting Mage Hand, you'd probably see that happening throughout the entire time. He'll do it
Yeah,
to the
you,
nearest
you
members of the
should you
party.
should all be aware that Alvisstavver literally always has Mage Hand active.
Interesting. Okay.
You learn. I hope you learn for your sanity to tune out the incantations of it.
He's gotten really good at just muttering it really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a feat later on that I can take, a metamagic one, where I don't have to do the vocal incantation anymore?
Uh, well, I think only the sorcerer gets that.
Lame. Okay. I totally understand with what they're doing with 5e. Um, can we move down to keep Skrillex? I mean Silex?
Yeah. And second day rain starts to let up, but not by
Fucking lame.
make that d6 roll lower. So you are here under the protect. You spend the night under the protection of the obelisk Silex. Um, in the night, if you decide to venture out up on one of the lookout towers or anything.
Hell yeah.
Oh, and I suppose I could show you this because some of you haven't seen it before.
Wait,
Kinda...
sir. By the way, I was looking at the evolving cantrips thing.
Yes.
For Mage Hand 5th level, the evolution for that is ignore the verbal component. So
great.
That's coming up
okay.
quick.
Yeah. All right, that works then. Just a reminder, I do reserve the right to nerf any and all of that if I think it sucks. So I just pulled it off the internet because it looked cool.
Yep.
But we'll use it. So yeah, some of you have been here before. I don't think Ksenia and Limbani have yet. This is a keep with the ground floor kind of collapsed into the basement. That's protected by a smaller obelisk that was created a few months back.
It's a little baby obelisk.
Have we really not repaired this in any capacity?
It might be a little. There might have been a little more progress on it since this current appearance here.
Yeah.
But it's more of an outpost than a full keep at this point. I would say there's been there's probably been a decent amount of progress, repairing the ground floor, putting some supports in the basement, and getting some like scaffolding in to actually build like a proper floor for it at this point. So that'll probably be done in the next few weeks. As well as getting some better like tower access in each of the towers instead of just one of them, so that you can have proper lookouts. So if any of you do decide to gaze upon that super cool mountain, you do see in the night for a few minutes every now and then there'll just be a bright blue glow coming out of one spot on the mountainside.
Cool.
Then it will go away.
I will visit him sometime. I wonder if my scholarly training in arcane mathematics that my mentor taught me will actually pay off in some abstract way.
Worth a try.
Worth a try.
But I'll move you guys back. I just wanted to show everybody who hadn't been there yet what we were at.
I always thought that stuff was so pedantic.
Traveling proper, it is the third day, and the storm has ceased for you.
Yay!
So now we're moving at the normal pace. I assume you are all walking at a normal pace and checking in with the expeditionists at Keep Silex. You are told that the flying thing is roughly here.
Okay.
So that's it's spotted on like the very edge of the place that people have explored or charted out based on the site, that the vantage point from the mountain top. So you have a heading.
Does anybody have a bow or a crossbow? Some means of, propelling a rope?
I have a bird named Badath who can
daggers.
carry rope to places.
Mm-hmm.
I can throw a dagger with the rope. That's all I got.
I got a mage hand.
In fact, I've gotten pretty good at helping him tie the rope by kind of taking control and poking around a little bit. It's fun, but he knows how to do it by himself at this point.
I have a
Owls are
weasel,
pretty
but he
smart.
really doesn't like being thrown.
Yeah, neither does Keen. Rodents. Weasels.
Oh, you did pick a familiar.
Yes. I just didn't mention it at all in the last session, but
Okay, yes, we'll have to next time or in between sessions we'll have to set you up with a familiar token. If you want to use it this time, we can do that too. Once we get into a map, we'll I'll toss you a weasel token that you can
sure.
control. Yeah, so whoever wants to take control of the party can go right ahead.
I took control of the party for most of that last trip.
Could you put a spot on the map again where it's at?
At the very edge.
Yeah, yep, that's it.
Right there. All right. Well, probably for the first couple spots here, we should go along areas we've already been through and know about. Keeping in mind where those little grass sprite jerks were.
Right.
It's not
And
just my color.
as we're off the road, encounter checks will happen on every hex except the first one. So, whoever wants to do that, cool 20.
Ooh.
Do you want to hit the encounter button? Okay.
Ooh, a
Probably
5.
wasted the 20, but
So,
There is no wasted 20s.
here, you actually stumble across what seemed to be just a few stone walls.
A few stone walls, you said?
Yes, like short. Not really. Like there's a sort of linear structure to them, but they maybe extend 50, 100 feet in a few parallel lines and right angles, before they just in maybe a foot high at best, before they've crumbled back into regular land.
Interesting. So, does it look like the same sort of stonework we've seen in any of the other structures?
No, it's a little bit messier than that. It's well, maybe you can make a history check.
All right. Whoops, that's not one to click.
Does this look like it was put together by hand or maybe by the Redshift?
There we go.
These look like the remains of the sorts of stone walls you'd see around farms and fields and stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, hand built, like mostly loose stones that have been held together just by the weight and process of time, but now heavily grown over, kind of toppled in most places.
Is there any?
Yes. Go
Sorry. Okay. Is there any indication on the stones or around the stones that, or on the area even that they've they're meant to be here? Not like no, exactly like how the first encounter I was here, like
Leparo.
those buildings were just sort of cut out of someplace else and then put there.
Yeah.
Does this look like it was brought from somewhere else? Is the mold, not mold, but is the freaking moss on it a different color, or like?
No,
it
actually looks completely natural.
Cool.
You don't discern anything about it that's really out of place.
Neat. It's a wall.
I wonder if there's anything underneath, like anything buried in the dirt. Obviously,
Yeah.
I don't
Anybody
expect
who
us
wants to
to
can make an investigation check.
Hell yeah. I like that. I'm like,
Alright.
I want to see if there are any like weird misplaced black stones or something. Aww.
Ksenia's also going to investigate.
That's too bad. All right.
It is.
Slightly
Ow.
better.
Slightly better.
I'll throw mine in too. Mine's not gonna be good.
I mean, it's adding a d20. There is a chance that you will do better.
No. Where are we again?
Yeah. So you all spend some time picking through the loose stones, but you don't trust.
So then the next thing I would want us to do is ask everybody to stand back for a moment and try blasting the what would basically be the floor of the structure with a heavy amount of water, just geyser after geyser, to see if I can reveal anything underneath. Man, everybody wants to call me. But
oh yeah, blast.
Was I able to kind of blast anything away and reveal anything underneath?
You have despoiled the ground and created a lot of mud.
Oh.
There's a nice gouge now in the ground where you've laser blasted with water, but you don't find anything doing that. Has Nimbus gone on mute?
Yeah, sorry, I gotta
Yeah, there he
let
is.
me handle this call real quick. Give me just a second.
Sure, no problem. I think we were about to move. So,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, it was basically I blasted around and there wasn't like any tables or any like chairs or any pottery
no,
or anything.
you're not finding like piles and piles of copy pasted buildings down here. Not this time.
Yeah, no, I was no.
All right, I can cast detect magic as a ritual. So yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Am I seeing any magic in the area?
You are not. Aside from whatever Nimbus is doing, you're not.
Okay.
Just because we're so intent, I'm going to use my thieves' tools to try to detect any secret, nooks or traps. Nooks or traps. Yeah, exactly. Any levers, as my guild would call them.
So I just want to.
Mechanisms.
Are you like you're like thief tapping on this mossy stone wall?
You fucking got it. That is the exact image.
I'm gonna let you roll investigation one more time for that.
I got it.
And the number you roll will represent the number of hours wasted.
So it's investigation, but I'm using my thieves' tools.
Yeah, you can roll thieves' tools, I guess. Sure.
Please don't let karma bite me in the ass for the +2 I wanted. Oh, okay.
So you are Alvisstavver is already quite low to the ground, but you are flat on your belly. At one point, just going like inch by inch while Ksenia is casting her spell, and you don't find a damn thing in the stonework, but you do brush your hand over a piece of metal in the dirt halfway buried, and when you scrape away the dirt around it, you find a helmet, like a half face helmet that you're able to kind of dig out. It's fairly sturdy. It's a little bit rusty, but mostly intact. Kind of sized for a human, you would assume.
Well, big for me.
Yeah, a little bit. And you've actually got a little bit of faded paint on this thing.
Ooh.
Looking it over, you see it's sporting a trident or talon-like symbol, 3 prongs facing upward, 1 down.
That is the symbol of the Cradian Empire, like we've seen on the Vestian Empire, like we saw on the coin.
Yeah, Nimbus, you recognize it.
Sweet.
This is a great find.
It is.
Yeah, you imagine you could probably take that back, and Dex at least would be pretty thrilled with it.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Huh. So maybe it wasn't a farmer who lived here.
I found something.
Well, since the expedition crew hasn't been doing too much digging since we got to the bottom of Loparo, maybe they'd be interested in investigating this area. We'll have to mark it on the map.
Just for kicks, does prestidigitation clean this?
I suppose it would clean a lot of the dirt and rust off of it, wouldn't it?
That's why I was actually asking what's your idea about rust, because it does.
So it wouldn't repair any of the rust damage, but it would it would scour the rust off of it, basically.
Okay.
You might also want to prestidigitation all that mud off of you, which I'm sure there's a lot now.
That happens almost after I get right out of the mud. Alvisstavver is a very neat freak. He might not present everything very well, but he does have at least the airs of a student or somebody from intercity, sort of dressed up. But he is also kind of not. He has a very ugly personality. Looks nice, dresses nice, not nice.
Actually, Ksenia has something that can help with fixing up that helmet.
Ooh, do you got a mend?
Mending.
Fuck yeah! There we go.
All right, so you have a very clean and healthy helmet.
Oh, nice. Does anybody want to use this?
It's like
I can't carry this.
It's a pretty regular half face bucket thing.
Okay.
Like a Viking might use?
A little fuller than that.
Okay. Like a Saxon might use.
Show me the pictures you're thinking of, and I'll tell you how close you are. But
also, which half of the face are we talking about?
it's got a nose guard, but the eyes and mouth are open.
Okay.
One of those.
Okay, that's way more. Yeah. I was about to say.
Okay.
Yeah, take off like the most of that faceplate, and you've pretty much got it.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something we have to research and learn everything we can from before we do anything else with it.
Does somebody want to carry this for me, please? I'll give you a mark. I'm a weak gnome.
Just keep it with the tent and the rope and stuff and the disc. It's fine.
Okay.
I can carry it.
I'm
basically Lydia.
I'm just saying, if I'm gonna actually be carrying my stuff and shit, even my rations, they put me over encumbrance by 6
Nimbus does have a floating disc.
Oh hell yes! Oh, thank goodness.
And it is a ritual.
Yep. Every hour we stop for 10 minutes, take a quick little break while I prepare the next one. And I know exactly when it's going to pop because that lovely little pocket watch of mine has been quite useful.
Oh yeah.
So does that slow down our travel time?
Bound to
Not really.
carry
Not
your
realistically,
burden.
no.
It's the amount that taking a quick break would slow us down. I'm sure we're gaining in being wholly unencumbered as we move.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose, but I would imagine that being encumbered would slow us down from our normal pace.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you have the disc, you're not encumbered anymore.
Which is great.
Right, but it's taking 10 minutes out of every hour?
No, it's taking in 10 minutes out of every 70 minutes.
Okay, fair, but still, that's a lot of time out of the day.
Oh, it's not so bad. It's nice to take a break every now and then.
That being said,
sure.
we would make it up because we're saving 2 hours every night because of alarm. So that would make up the time. There we go.
Oh yeah, Ksenia
That's
is
useful.
using alarm. Also, so just for reference, the no events happen during the after, so you guys can keep it. The travel time does assume that you have party members going at full pace, normal pace, slow pace. Like if you've got somebody with a 20-foot or 15-foot movement speed in the party, it assumes the faster people stop and wait up. Legolas runs forward for an hour and then just waits around for everybody else to catch up.
Gotcha.
And it accounts for taking breaks, stopping for meals and things like that. So, yeah, a quick ritual every now and then is not anything too bad. So, you stop for the night, and you set her alarms, and I assume with her alarms that means you're not keeping a watch.
That's my plan.
But I'm still going to be hiding in the basket, trying to set up looking like I'm somebody's
right,
spare tools and stuff.
I'm okay with that.
It's just maybe some people don't want to be sleeping with the ugly gnome.
Well, that's up to Nimbus, I think. How many tents do you guys have?
They were using the tent that I had loaned them, so
Oh, that is true.
so unless we borrowed up or you purchased another tent.
Yeah, likewise, it might come in handy if, the party is ever ambushed and I stay hidden inside of a basket. Guys have their, backs turned entering the tent. I pop out, super sneaky thief, and I
Jump on their
backstab them.
back.
Yeah, exactly. See? They don't expect the basket.
I've been putting it together. I haven't got my notes all the way in order for it, but pretty soon I'm not going to have to worry about tents ever again.
Very
That
good.
sounds pretty cool. Build
So, as the sun rises the next morning, you all see some way away from where you're located, up above the horizon, you see this like chunk of what might be land, just kind of hanging in midair.
Who?
It's a little bit southeast of you now.
Okay.
So
Do we have some kind of estimate about how high above the land it's hovering?
I have some.
Hard to tell from where you are right now. You'll have to get closer.
Okay.
I also have some cartographer's tools. Could I estimate what kind of trek or direction we would need to make in order to just beeline there? Or are we still...
It is right here.
Sweet. That's right there, so I'll make a little mark.
Boop.
Since it's mine. Oh, sweet, thank you. Bam, cartography comes in handy.
Yeah, you can literally see it, so it's just go there. So, up to you all to make some movements. In direct path, you can be there by nightfall.
Is that an encounter check or the next one?
That's your free one.
Okay.
At noontime is all clear. You have a safe day.
Lovely.
Rockin'.
No problems in the afternoon either. And as evening hits, you all approach this flying structure. So this structure is... Now that you're close to it, you have a much better indication of what exactly this is. So this thing is attached to the earth by a kind of almost like a half spiral of thin stretch of rock and vegetation that kind of stretches from one corner of it down to the level of earth that you're standing on. And at the end of it is this vast Alvisstavver. Looking at it from below, you would estimate it's maybe a mile in diameter.
Oh, wow.
So this is pretty big. It's hard to discern like how thick it is, but it appears to just be a floating hunk of dirt. You can see like grass and trees at the top, or you were able to from afar. The sign of greenery and also growing down the sides and things.
Yeah, does it seem like the vegetation is keeping the dirt up there? Like, how stable does all of this... How fantastic are we talking about? Like, I know we are talking about floating island, but are we talking like that Ghibli movie, Castle in the Sky?
So
or
what I can tell you is it's not moving.
Okay.
And you're not seeing like falling boulders or anything.
Oh yeah, no pebbles or okay. So this seems pretty stable.
So below it, and you all have kind of arrived close to the edge of this. Also, just a reminder, I want everybody to spend their ration. It's been 2 days, including this day. So it's morning now. Rations. You don't all have to click them, but it's fine.
It used to automatically deplete them when you click them, but it doesn't anymore.
Oh, I see. So below this landmass is a crater, basically, that is the same size, and it appears to be kind of in permanent shadow thanks to this thing floating over it, and you see that it's just blankets of moss, and looking at it from the edge, if you approach, you could just see stagnant pools of water and thick clouds of flies living in this location. It's not really there doesn't seem to be too much life thriving in this, aside from it being kind of dark, and in terms of height, you would say this thing is maybe 500.
500 feet high?
Yeah.
Did not bring enough rope.
Now, the thin expanse of earth that spirals around one side of it is at an incline of maybe 25 degrees or so. So while it's a hike, you think with some effort, it would be possible to climb this ramp.
That sounds like the best approach, then.
As far as you can tell, it's connected to a point on one corner of this land.
Almost like it was put here for us. What do I know of the planes of elemental earth and air that may pertain to?
You can go right ahead and make a history or arcana check.
I think it's probably a good idea for Ksenia to make a similar check.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm gonna...
Because she knows shit.
There you go.
Bet she does.
So I will assume you both are conversing on this together.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
And your paired knowledge contains the information that have fun, Alvisstavver. When it comes to the plane of Earth, flying is not something that happens. Earth plane creatures are, I mean, the ideal Earth plane lacks air entirely, right? It's just solid rock, dirt, gravel, whatever. Nothing else except that stuff.
Right.
Now the ideal airplane lacks earth entirely, but you know that according to planar lore, occasionally you'll find if one does venture into the elemental plane of earth, you'll occasionally find bits of rock and earth floating in the endless expansive air. Just around. Some of them supposedly occasionally have life on them. Some of them are just dead rocks that have come from the elemental chaos. In terms of situations where this bleeds over to the material plane, some people have told stories of Cloud Giant making flying castles, but they usually do it literally in clouds, not like chopped up land masses like this.
Right. Well, I guess we won't really know
Killer Jack.
who or what this may be until we're there. Do we need to make a check on the way up, or is it pretty easy to get up there?
It's a bit like hiking up a mountain, but as far as checks go, you don't. This is a relatively easy walk.
Okay.
And what that is going to result in is it probably would take you all about an hour to get up this thing. Just climbing, finding the safest path up, helping each other as you go. There are a few steep bits that you kind of have to. The rope comes in handy, basically, and eventually. You get here.
It's adorable.
No.
Reminds me of like Super Mario Brothers 3 or something.
Now,
Maker.
these are 600-foot hexes.
Yeah, 600 feet.
Yeah.
Not 6 miles.
Right. So 600 feet is what is that? How far you can go in 10 minutes or something? Or a minute?
So then,
So it's a little over a mile wide.
Yeah, at its widest point.
once we've arrived at the top, I'd probably have Badath pop up and scan around, look through his eyes a little bit to kind of get a lay of the land and what's around us.
Sure.
That's a good idea.
Also, just for reference, each hex is 2 minutes of travel time
Cool. Okay.
at normal pace.
If there are any like rodent holes, I think Keen should do the same, just scouting off in the general area.
Got it. So yeah, if you send off both of your familiars, Badath can give you a kind of overview of this whole place. So Nimbus, you would be able to report on some of the finer details that you're able to see on the text map. Gist of it is you're kind of at like a rocky outcrop on the edge here where it connects to that spiral to the ground. There's a couple bits of woods, and it looks like some of the hills were just kind of like carved out of the crater from below and lifted up here, and the central feature would be the lake with a small island in the middle.
Could I get any discernment of what was on the island, or we'll have to get closer for that?
I think you'll have to get closer yourselves, unless you want to send Badath there and like chill out here for a little while you wait.
Probably
or
not.
are you able to? You can only see through his eyes for a certain distance.
Yeah, that's exactly
50
what I was
feet?
gonna say.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
there's only
150?
a limited range, so it's definitely
Right.
further than what we would be able to see from now. So, being able to get a general overview, that's really all I was hoping for. So, approximately what we're seeing on the map right now is what we know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I would probably, once Keen comes back, want to investigate these kind of scarred-looking areas nearby.
Keen is just out, she's actually really nearby. It's more just, she's trying to basically act as an alarm.
she seems comfortable at bare minimum. Like she's not at the state where she's like, oh god, I'm a mouse in the air.
Yeah. No
But
seismic activity too.
you're not feeling any
Okay.
seismic activity. Like it's not rumbling, it's not moving right now.
Okay.
That right now is kind of ominous.
It kind of is, but that's why Keen is acting more as an alarm. She's actually nearby. She'll be back soon. So soon that it doesn't even really matter to have a
Got it.
icon unless Serb says.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you all kind of have an idea of what you're looking at here. Where would you like to go first?
I'm thinking we go here first.
The island is.
Okay. Go right ahead. So, you actually do find something here. So, kind of similar to what you found below, but a lot more intact. You find some stone foundations and cobblestone. They're heavily grown over. All signs of anything that's not made of stone or sturdier has been long eroded, and even the stones are not much. But a lot of these have been kind of shifted into this weird lattice of stone and plant life where they're like thin spires of stone are crisscrossing over each other with like bush branches and things, and they actually cover like most of this area that you're standing in right now, and form almost like a really low dome of these spires that connect several of these bits of stone.
Is this done like naturally, it seems, or like somebody maybe cultivated it?
The spires?
Yeah, with the the natural stuff and the stone together.
I can tell you outright that this seems to be clear evidence of shifting. The way, like the stuff that you've seen in your year in this place, and the sort of telltale signs of it being like random but kind of fractal.
I totally get you. Yeah.
And
Alvisstavver just has it like in his head that there might be giants here too, so he's just trying to find evidence to that. He's being a little
it's more like it's more like these stone foundations have like sprouted branches.
Interesting.
Basically.
That's really neat, really cool.
Interesting. I suppose as we move along through them and around them, it would be a matter of looking slowly and trying to find any other bits of metal or signs of the civilizations that used the structures before.
Sure. You can make investigation checks again if you want to.
Okay.
Sweet.
I
can do that too.
I will try to assist Alvisstavver with that.
Okay, Alvisstavver can have advantage.
Sweet, there's a button for that right there.
Yes, sir.
I pressed the advantage button.
Yes, you did.
You
Yeah,
did. You're good.
Rolled a nice 13. So, Alvisstavver and Nimbus, you Nimbus, you kind of point out a spot where there's like a gap in the lattice, and Alvisstavver is able to squeeze his way through there where it's tough for a larger humanoid to get in, and he's able to kind of make his way through some of the overgrowth, and you come across a shield,
Oh.
a metal shield with the exact same talon symbol on it that you just found on that helmet.
Given enough time, we might find a whole set.
Hey,
Could
Uh,
be.
Are we
Those
doing the
are-
cleanup and mending operation we did last time?
We really should, though Alvisstavver is a little keen on carrying the shield. He likes shields. They always felt heroic to him.
All right.
it's like a metal kite shield, Hylian shield style.
Nice.
And and I can tell you this outright as well. As far as the talon symbol, the two are identical. They are the exact same emblem. There's no like artistic license differences between them. They're exactly the same.
Neat. Crap, no, that's a ritual. That takes time, and we might be time limited. We are time limited, Redshift. But we should definitely see if these are a set or a magical item. I don't know. I can't do that.
Well, I did detect magic on the other place, and if the helmet was magical, I would have noticed it.
Oh, yeah, you
Yeah.
did. Never mind. Yeah, good point.
So, let's assume not for now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Thanks for reminding me of that.
I mean,
It's not
Hello,
going
Kitchen.
anywhere, so you could always do it later when you make camp or something.
yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, all of these things would be better served researched first before anybody would attempt to use them. So
Oh, yeah. I guess
Obviously.
you're right.
you can carry it if you'd like, but probably best not to don it for now.
They are in decent working order after the whole mending deal, though. So, like, if you did want to use it after that, it would function. It might take you a few minutes of multiple castings of mending to get like every little bit repaired. But if you go through the trouble, you can get a perfectly functional shield out of this.
Yeah. That's what I kind of like about it.
I would imagine the level 5 version of mending would probably actually be the thing to do the job.
Oh, let's find out.
You have the page open?
I do. 5th level, the spell can partially reconstruct mundane objects if more than 4/5 of the object is present, or the cumulative corrosive damage to a weapon is no more than -3.
Sounds
that's
like a
fine.
winner.
Yep.
Yeah,
you
you
may restore a key.
that has a
yeah.
small part of the tip missing, or restore a chipped sword.
Oh, so you know what? I might have to rescind that then, because the way that's worded with the regular mending spell, I know this isn't official rules, but like that implies that the regular mending can only repair things that are already like you have the two pieces and you're just merging them back together.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
And this 5th level mending is like full regeneration. So I think I have to. I think if you're all okay with that, I have to retcon the idea that you can actually repair the damage on
Sure.
the helmet.
That's
you
fair.
can certainly tidy these things up. So
Maybe there was a piece that was rusted apart from the rest of the helmet that I reattached or something.
Yeah. I think in that regard, probably both of these would count as a -1 item, essentially. So if you were to try to use them, especially the shield, the shield would get you 1 AC instead of 2. I think is how we do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the only reason why I was even thinking about using the shields.
And if you're not proficient in shields, it will give you a -1 AC.
Hey.
That's a thing.
It certainly is.
You damage yourself with the shield.
Yeah, you leveled to death. You 6 constitution.
I had the option for 6 constitution and I didn't take it.
Thank you.
I think you forbid me from taking it.
Did I forbid you? I think I just had a strongly worded
Warning
recommendation.
against?
Yeah.
That could have been it.
The please don't, you will die.
All right, so
Not really, Crawford says.
that's cool. We found a shield.
Yes, you did.
The area itself. Do any of these things? Is there like a fallen but mostly intact one of these branches hanging around?
You mean like the sprouting from the stone?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, probably. There would be because there's a lot of them, and it would probably have gotten to the point where one of them got too big for its support, so that it fell over, and might have been lucky enough to not shatter on impact.
Okay. That one specifically, I would want to, I don't know, take a moment to kind of walk it back towards the exit point where we're going to be leaving from. So that way, if we aren't too encumbered, I can just kind of grab it and write it down with the
Sure.
levitate.
Okay.
Because this would be really interesting to investigate.
I see. Yeah. Okay. That sounds fun.
So put it somewhere where I can find it again, basically, and then we'll.
Sure.
If everybody else is good here, then we can proceed.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Cool. So what do we see with those little hills to the northeast of us there?
You're not seeing anything of interest there. That particular spot is more like a single hill that's been like again cleaved in half by whatever raised this thing into the sky.
Let's see, and that would be 1,000 feet away or so.
That one there is only 1,000 feet, roughly.
Okay. Too far for me to want to send the death on his own, but
Yep.
Yeah.
would you folks like to check that out, or otherwise we can keep going and check out the center first before we.
Agreed.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like the center island is really the place that's most likely to be relevant, but
Well, I mean, we found something here. Who knows what else we'll
it's
find?
true.
You did.
Right. Then.
Whether or not that helmet was relevant to solving the mystery of what the hell's going on here, it's another question, though.
Anything we can is a clue that helps in some way, or it might not, but we won't know until we know or don't.
That is true.
It's a very interesting investigation we're on here. Alright, then I would propose we move here. And specifically, I'd like to see kind of how the dirt terminates and the grass starts to kind of.
Yeah. So just because I don't have the map textures for it, you could consider this more of a stony area.
Okay.
Like some primarily bare stone with grass and dirt now and then, and you imagine that might be thanks to how the sort of bridge structure is created, where it's again primarily like bare stone popped out of the ground. So it seems like more of a continuation of that, and then you're just getting into the fuller grassier areas where that sort of thing lets up.
Okay. And obviously it's the same kind of grass as we saw down below.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, basically you're walking through the grasslands of the Redshift zone again.
Yeah. It's more or less the chunk that was down below, just up here now.
Yep.
Okie dokie. As we move through the area, I guess I would be looking again for any anything of interest, any either some of these structures, or once we're past the structures, if there's any other kind of noticeable, interesting, repeating sort of elements.
Sure. Well, you don't see anything in the immediate area.
Are you okay with somebody casting while they walk?
Usually, yeah. It might depend on the spell, but
Okay, just ritual detect magic.
I don't think there's anything that says you can't ritual while you're walking.
Okay.
I'll make sure you don't fall on your face.
Yeah, and basically she's just not paying attention to anything else while she's doing it. So
yeah.
Picture Limbani like kicking rocks away from in front of her path.
Very well, and that gives you detection in about 30 feet, right?
let me remind myself.
Feel free to click the spell.
Sure.
Um,
Boom. Headshot.
Yes. Okay. Within 30 feet. So if you're looking for the shield, you don't get anything off of that.
Well, yeah. No, I just want to have it available just so I can.
Got it.
So use it to spot anything that comes into range.
Yeah, for the next 10 minutes, you'll be playing radar, basically.
Pretty much.
Okay. That's fine. So I assume you continue walking then.
Mm-hmm.
In whatever direction your party chooses.
Or you can move the party.
I could move the party if I wanted to command you to go where I want you to go.
No, I meant her.
Oh, well, yeah.
You could do that too, I guess.
Well, if we do, I'm moving in the direction of the lake.
I would agree with that.
All right, there we go. I did the thing.
Very good. Would you like to proceed to the shoreline?
If everyone else wants to.
Yeah.
Sure.
Boom.
All right. So, what you can see from here is it's a little ways out to that island in the middle of the lake. The lake itself is, I mean, it seems like a regular small lake, kind of relatively clean but muddy water. On the island, you see a couple of trees that seem to match the sort of trees that are around in this area. And you actually see what appears to be a structure on the island. But not only that, now that you have the vantage across the flat lake and south where the landmass actually rises up into that hilly area a little bit, you see that there is you can pretty clearly see from afar a building here, here, and also over here.
Neat.
Interesting.
Very cool. So, I'd like to get to that island.
You can make ice, can't you?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking...
Only 5 feet of it.
...is I can actually make a large 5x5x10 canoe that I hollow out. And then, the walls are going to be thick enough that it's not going to melt instantly. So while it's still a frozen canoe, I can just... Actually, no. I take it back. While it's a frozen canoe, I'll just put my hand off the side and fire off geysers. That'll propel us along.
Beautiful.
Are the geysers a cantrip?
No, it's my bracelet.
He's got a decanter.
Oh.
All right, so in order for you to make a valid canoe out of ice, I'm gonna need a DC 18 Archon.
Was that 18?
Yep.
Okie dokie. I keep trying to drag it.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Ice canoe, ice canoe.
So yeah, you're able to make a 5x10 canoe, a very chilly canoe.
Won't take long to get across.
Hopefully.
Would you all like to get in and do this?
Most assuredly.
The propulsion will work.
Alvisstavver just jumps right on in. He trusts Nimbus.
Limbani
Okay.
looks pretty hesitant, but gets in.
Ksenia trusts magic. She's in.
I wonder if I could use the mage hand to help us with propulsion too. You know, help guide the boat a little bit, like a what do you call this?
Yeah, rudder.
Rudder.
Yeah,
Thank you.
is anybody here proficient in sea vehicles?
I am not. I just have ideas of what a sea vehicle might be.
Okay. I think maybe we're gonna need a DC 12 dexterity check from Nimbus to make sure you don't crash onto that island.
Can I help him with that?
It's fine.
I got it.
Damn, nice. Well done.
Also, Limbani realizes about 5 minutes into the ice canoe that she is covered in metal and now it is very cold.
Yeah, it's getting chilly. Oh, Alvisstavver's small.
Yes. And yet oh no, I am a small person. Yay. I can be small, but not a big boy. Small boy, though. Been over
Oh,
this.
I
We gotta
need a
get-
token.
Yeah, we gotta get Limbani a round token. Okay. Ksenia, let me know if you want a weasel, but I will just wait until you want one.
We can assume for now it's a purse weasel.
Yeah.
My rat sticks to my shoe currently.
So you all gently bump onto the short sandbar that makes up the island shore.
In
You're
a
able to
comic
clamber out.
show, get onto the beach and, start kissing the ground. Oh, yes, I'm here. Finally land. It's all for show, though. Though I do want to kind of stay crouched down and sneak up the hill a little bit.
Ksenia
Okay.
was definitely okay with getting in the boat, but now that she's out of it, she is very happy.
Limbani's cold.
I rolled a 6. I'm being
Very
stealthy in that exact way.
You see a large creature, furry creature with very big ears that seems to be asleep up in the middle of the island.
The picture almost reminds me of Mothra, but you said furry ears, so those are not wings. I like
It's
bunnies.
a bunny.
Bunnies are
Does
badass,
it-
though. They'll kick your ass.
Does it look like some sort of Redshift original? Or does it look like something I'd recognize from elsewhere?
You want to
Good
get closer,
question.
Nimbus?
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if I can actually see it.
Probably.
Though I will throw Keen out there.
How high is the wall here?
So yeah, on this island, there's like at various points ranging between 5 to 10 feet of crumbled stonework.
Okay. Well, then I would
Making-
probably.
it makes about a 20 by 20 square sort of structure.
Yeah. So I'd probably try to sneak myself over to about here to look around the corner and stay out of sight.
All right. Yeah, you see a large, like lion-sized, maybe bigger, sleeping creature. Very clearly sleeping, very clearly alive. Mammalian, large ears that are kind of drooped over its head. As You know, it's just there. It's got like a little nest that it's sleeping in, like old grass and stuff.
Then, I guess what kind of does it appear to be something that is created from the redshift, or does it look like something that might have naturally existed?
You've never seen anything like this before.
Okay, never heard any stories of anything like this.
No.
Okay.
Is there anything that I could roll to check that? Like
Likewise, that's a good
nature.
idea.
It's good.
nature. Boom.
May I please also? Or actually, no. Let's leave it to that. That's a good roll. I don't
Okay.
think I can do better than that.
Ksenia and Limbani, if you want to get closer, I would ask you to do that.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Limbani to get closer because Ksenia is going to be standing with Limbani right between.
Well, I see that people are trying to be stealthy, and Limbani's not exactly a stealthy character.
Though, Serb, does the animal seem predatory? At least to Keen. That's a more instincts kind of thing, so that's entirely up to you. I get it. If I can't discern anything,
we can have Keen make a perception check
Ooh,
while these two are getting closer.
would that smell thing come into account?
Sure.
Just
Yeah.
proficiency. Okay. Shit,
Smells like the blood of its enemies.
Well, yeah, that's exactly the kind of things I was thinking about. You know, a predatory beast might smell, like animals, dead animals.
Right.
Shit, where is the perception check? It has a wisdom of +0, so just advantage +0 then.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I don't see an actual skill here. Decent.
You can't discern what you're trying to find out.
Cool.
Ksenia, if you get close enough to see this thing, you've never heard of anything that matches this thing's description.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of hidden. Can I see what's in this building?
You will have to take a step around the corner to kind of get in there, or you could probably find a spot that's only 5 feet high and just kind of pop your head over it.
Yeah, that's more what I was thinking.
So the inside of this building is a patchwork of stone tiles and grass and plants that have grown up between them. But standing rather pristine in the middle of it is this. The only thing that's in there aside from the structure itself is a about 3 foot tall, kind of silvery gold colored piece of wrought metal that it's sort of shaped like a flower that's where the bloom is like flat, parallel to the ground.
Oh, there was one thing that I misunderstood earlier, by the way. I didn't realize that Ksenia didn't have line of sight on the creature.
Got it. Yeah, that structure there it has walls. So.
But yeah, though I think when she sees other people like sneaking around and signaling that there's a thing over there, she's definitely going to cast Mage Armor on herself.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that now.
Boom.
So Nimbus, you also see there's like it's sort of like a fuzzy looking hole in space, floating just above this device. It's hard to tell what it is from where you're vantage.
Don't touch it. It's keeping this place floating. Just an assumption.
I like the idea, though. No. Good point.
I mean, not that she can actually see this thing or say this to you. But
So I'd probably come back and kind of talk about what I've seen, and then ask, well, what do we want to do? If it's something that means harm, then we might be wise to deal with it now. But more likely than not, I bet it isn't actually something that means harm. I bet we might be able to communicate with it.
Does it seem hostile?
It's
It's
asleep.
asleep.
Oh, well,
if we want to try to wake it, I could try to speak to it.
you do know like every freaking language.
Hey, hey.
I could send Keen up to it. Generally a good idea whether a creature is hostile or not. If it, as if it bats the first thing it sees.
Could also be hungry.
Yeah.
I don't think Keen is very appetizing. Nimbus, you all here. You've seen him most, but I don't know if the other two here have seen him. But if you guys managed to catch a look at Keen while we were all on the ice canoe, Keen looks like oil, slick, goop, tar.
Yes,
bubbling.
she's in fact sticky to the touch, but nothing ever comes off on your hand.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And I believe Alvisstavver, you decided that she melt into the shadows of your shoes when you dismissed her.
It makes it look like the shoe has a rather unsightly stain upon it, which is weird because he keeps his shoes kind of well shined. So the shoe that she likes to stay on, looks like maybe it has a big old stain of something
Ink
nasty
spilled
on it.
or something.
Ink is kind. Ink is kind. I was gonna say maybe more like excrement.
Ooh. The poop shoe.
It is the poop shoe, the shoe that he is allowed to kick urchins with.
We have one of those in the fort.
But yeah, no. I feel as if Keen isn't exactly appetizing to a creature that might be benevolent.
That's a pretty reasonable take. I'll think.
Yeah.
Well, I guess kind of give it a look while you give it a shot then.
All right, let's do that. And if it does appear aggressive, and Alvisstavver says this in very earnest, an earnest manner, and it's like, it does look like it has a nice hide. We could get a lot of money from it. Pontus would love that.
So, do you see through Keen's senses while you're sending her forward?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I do reassure her and try to console her in what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I think you can desummon her from wherever she is anyway. So, if things get sketchy, you could always just pop and then make her go away, right?
Yeah.
It'd basically be a reserved action. So I don't know if you could leave the control and do it at the same time.
I might if it comes to it, I might have you roll initiative, and then if you win initiative, you get the champ. Basically.
Dude, I'm down for it.
All right. So let me move Keen for you, and I just want to inform you that now that Keen is this close and you're looking through her sense, you can see, and we'll just go ahead and use that same perception score you got a moment ago, that this creature is muscular like a panther and has some mean claws.
Yeah, well, rabbits have mean claws too. Alvisstavver is assuring himself and Keen, her,
Uh-huh.
Rabbits have really mean stuff, and they're herbivores, they just use it to defend themselves. Rabbits are really nasty. Have you ever seen two bucks fight? And this is the kind of stuff that's going through his head while he's, telling Keen to keep going forward. And, you have really nasty teeth, too, if you think about it. Really long and you were to bite me, that would go within like maybe an inch, maybe 2.
So what exactly does Keen do at this point?
Oh, you said there was like a nest around it, so I was basically gonna
Yeah,
hop.
you could. It's like a basically just like a flat bed of grass, essentially.
So does this thing seem rabbit-like, rodentish? You know, like Keen's a rodent.
It's
Let's get some ba weep grawa neep ninny bong going on. I like how one person gets what's going on there. You know, does anybody else get the universal greeting and where it's from?
yeah,
Damn
that's the
kids
one.
and their
Yeah.
dial-up modems.
Ba weep grana weep ninny bong. That's what Keen is doing, except rodent to rodent.
Right, Pokemon.
This is a little closer because they're of it, maybe of at least the same genus.
So yeah, I'm trying to while you're giving me time to think, I'm trying to think of a good way to describe this creature to you. It's
Chipper, chip, 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 chitty, chip. Chitty bang
again,
bang.
I guess the best way to describe what it looks like is panther-like.
Less like a rabbit, more like a panther with big ass ears. And
It's
cute, adorable eyes.
sort of like the it's like the head of a rabbit on a panther, honestly. On a panther's body, it doesn't have much tail to speak of, but it's got like the big, uh, like predator cat body, like muscular leg shape, leading into the thick shoulders that then have the head that is um, similar in skull shape to a rabbit, and then it's got the really big ears that are currently flopped down over its head.
See, that's all jives with my idea of a big rabbit. I don't know if a big rabbit would eat meat. Do rabbits eat meat?
Yes,
I think they're opportunistic.
I did not know
carnivores.
that. Interesting.
Or opportunistic omnivores.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
I think I think most mammals are, just like in general.
Well, yeah. So I did know that there were some studies done, like tangent on this, but like a cow will definitely eat a chick or small, tiny things that it can get its, mouth on in the field. If it's dumb enough to get close enough to a giant ass cow, it will eat it,
Right.
like just for the protein. So yeah, that's interesting. That's something we should take into mind. But it could be nice. It doesn't really have those bright colorations going on.
So,
or can I not see that?
Well, the ears are flopped down, but if Keen
Yeah.
is close enough and kind of under this thing, you might be able to see that there are these bright red colorations on the undersides of the ear, and they well, like the one that you can see kind of looks like a big ass eyeball.
That's interesting. Okay, how is it? Damn it, that's giving me mixed signals. How is this place marked? Is it marked? Is there a clear like territory scent? Keen smell might pick up on that more animal kind of
for
smell.
sure. Like this is its home. One of them, if it has multiple, it lives here.
Interesting. And does Keen smell any dead animal stuff?
You know what? Considering she's a lot closer now,
yeah.
I would say a faint scent of blood is available.
Yeah.
Old blood.
Yeah. Alvisstavver is saying that, over there. This thing might be good eating and hunting. Because I'm not sure about this. What's the general rule, Nimbus, on casting sleep on a sleeping thing?
I don't think it does anything.
Shit. Okay.
You mean it doesn't deepen their sleep?
Yeah. That's exactly what I was wondering. Does it deepen their sleep so we can assuredly walk up to it?
I would imagine it would, except for the fact that it might have more hit points than your sleep roll.
Yeah, but it's already asleep. Does sleep, is sleep loud enough to awaken somebody?
No, it's not that it would
You
awaken
do have to chant some words.
Interesting.
Some verbal components.
Yeah. Could I cast it as a touch through Keen? No, I'm joking. Absolutely not.
Don't think so.
Yeah, no. I can only cast touch through Keen. Damn. Yeah, I'm kind of settled on hunting this thing, especially since it's sleeping right now. And that last bit of information really, I'm set on this thing being a top tier predator. If we're gonna go Reddit tier list, animal evolution game style, this is B A tier predator at least.
Got it.
Maybe not S tier. It basically means if you were to look at the play style, if you're going to look at an animal through gaming mechanics and play styles, that this animal here is a B or A tier predator, I think.
Gotcha.
I think this thing might be nasty, might be bad news, but I can still go through trying to wake it up. I've gone through all of my things, and I finally determined I think this is bad news, and we might want to hunt it now, get what we can from it, and then discover what the fuck this thing is that Nimbus discovered while looking over the wall. Because I think Pontus would Pontus his pants for this stuff.
I still don't know that it isn't intelligent.
It could be intelligent, but that doesn't mean that killing it is not worth our while.
If it was able to create the thing that powered this island, it might not be a good thing to kill it, as it might lose its power.
Oh, most assuredly. That would be a problem. So
that's why I don't think we should necessarily kill it. What I think we should try to do is see if I don't know if this would be, talk around the corner once you're done, but essentially my thought is, let's see who lives here.
Okay.
Because if it is the one that's creating these structures, it's most likely intelligent. If it is placed here as a guard for whomever created these structures, then we probably shouldn't kill it, but we should probably try to figure out where that person is.
I guess it could just be an animal here.
Could be.
So are we going through with Operation Ba We Branano We Ninibong?
Give me just a moment first, and I would have Badath just kind of fly to a sturdy point on the wall that's kind of out of the way to look in a little bit more and try to see if there's evidence of a humanoid living there, or what sort of creature would interface with this space.
Okay. So honestly, you're not seeing much in the way of interface at all. Aside from the wall and the strange object in the middle, the like pedestal thing. This box is kind of void of any other materials. Like there's like a bird's nest in the corner, and it appears completely normal. There's like I said, like plants and stuff growing in between the cracks, and everything, but it doesn't seem like this thing is in use as anything other than like there's some walls. That's about it.
Yeah. I have no idea. We could try communication, see if it works.
It's definitely a safe option.
Did Badath want to look any closer at that object, by the way?
Oh yeah, I probably would.
Fly up on top of
Alright.
it, even.
So, a little bit closer, Badath can see, like an image in that space atop the pedestal. It looks like an image of like trees from above, but like a little bit above, like you were looking down at them from like a hillside or something.
Trees? Is my audio cutting out, or did you stop for a second?
Nope. I heard that. Yeah. That's
Are there trees under us? Sorry,
It
what
might
were you saying?
An image of somewhere else on the island
Ooh,
from another place on the island.
that's also a good idea, yeah. Reminds me of Mist.
Not that Ksenia can see any of this, so I don't know how she'd be commenting on it.
Nah,
it's
this is all
okay.
metagame.
It's okay. We're meta party.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
I mean, technically, you have a weasel, so you could be looking at this too.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about that.
Oh, 2 rodents. There we go.
Wait, I have an important question for Ksenia. Did your weasel exist before you came to the Redshift zone?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Oh,
Also, your weasel needs a name. It's important.
This is
It does.
true.
But that's fine. That can be homework for you, unless you think of one right now.
Not right now, but I have a sort of a region in mind.
Good.
Well, do you want to see how it reacts to Keen then?
yeah, let's do that. I was just waiting for you guys to, or at least you to finish what
Yep.
you were doing. If anybody else had an idea right before we commence universal communication, then let's do it.
All right. How
So-
does your rat try to wake up?
In whatever way Keen deems the humblest in rodent society. Sorry, I couldn't hold it.
I'm gonna need you to define that for me, please, sir.
Shit. Well, I'm sure that the squirrels are known for their routine and everything like that, but they can't see tails.
Squirrels are widely considered in rodent society to be noble above all, as we all know.
All right. Then, of course, she's going to try to start with the squirrel greeting of friendly salutation and no harm. We come in peace, and try to do the tail flicks, even though it's obviously not going to be seen, But she's doing it for the sense of the thing rather than in true squirrel fashion. Even a squirrel would do the tail twirls and everything, even though they're addressing a sleeping person who couldn't see it. It's a critical part of their language.
Yeah.
I have the name, by the way, of the weasel.
Okay,
It's
please
Wick.
tell me while this rogue scrambles for Wick.
Wick.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Now, so the pleasantries are completed, and now we need to wake them.
Oh, so it's still not awake? Shit.
I mean, Keen hasn't done anything to it, right? She's just been like pantomiming,
pantomiming and chittering at the same time.
chittering. Okay, very well.
Well, yeah. The squirrel greeting, of course.
Greasy squirrel. Greetings.
So this thing's ears flick up and down, and then its eyes flutter open. It yawns, and just kind of like blearily looks around. And does she continue chittering? I want to know if it can rapidly indicate where she's located, or was she standing like in front of it?
In front of it, on like the edge of the
Okay.
little mound, if there was even enough density to keep it up. Keen, she's a little fatty.
So there's like a moment of confusion on the part of this creature as it's coming out of sleep.
I feel like reaches out a hand and like doesn't touch it, but like waves.
So you compel Keen to wave, which is a weird thing for a rat to do, and this I need once it kind of once are you looking through Keen again?
Yeah, this entire time.
Okay, oh, then that's going to be interesting. I need you and Keen both to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh shit. That's not good.
As this thing's ears pop up straight, rigid, and you see that each ear has one gigantic eye and one small eye that's ringed in red, with a black pupil. And wow, was that both of you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, so
separately too. Like I rolled on each page. If you can see the mouse over the numbers.
I did. All right then.
We're both very well. Keen has the actual looks of my character, I would have to say. You know, where if I was not covered up in the pleasantries of the modern world, I might look this ugly.
Wow, you have worse charisma than I do.
So I need everybody here to roll initiative just so we can track what's happening.
All right, gotcha.
I'll roll for Keen.
Right by armor. Not a bad roll.
That's not the name of that. Edit.
I'm imagining even like the shy kind of Ratatouille kind of hello, and then this thing reacting so violently to that.
Also, when you were saying that rats don't wave, they don't do like the side to side wave, but I have definitely seen like rats raise up one paw and then bring it back down to the ground, and it sort of looks like a wave.
Oh yeah, sort of. I love rats. Rats are cool.
Rats are pretty cool.
I raised them for a long while.
This initiative order worked out great. So we'll say the creature just had its turn first, and then so Alvisstavver, you're at the top of the order. I need you to go ahead and make a roll a d8 to determine what you're doing this turn, because you just saw those eyes and something has come over you.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Omboy was saying something. What was that about the eyes?
Yes, something comes over you as you look at those 4 really wonderful eyes, and I need you to roll a d8.
Me or Keen?
You and then Keen, in fact, because this will involve both of you.
Shit.
Oh boy.
Lovely.
I'm excited.
Me too.
God damn it, really?
Try again.
Yeah, other way around.
Indeed. Oh. Well, I suppose
Well-
it's
All
not
right.
a-
You spend your turn. So like for a bit, you're still connected to Keen, and you spend your turn just staring at the after image of these eyes. In your mind's eye, they are burned in.
That's Keen, by the way.
Great. After a moment, your connection to you're able to cut off your connection to Keen unless you want to specifically keep it.
Absolutely not. No, as soon as that happens, I would try to desummon Keen if I had that opportunity. It was a prepared action, but this is something wholly
Yeah,
like
so
I would not have been
because you
prepared for
rolled
this.
that one, you spend your turn doing nothing.
Okay, yeah, no, I would not have been prepared for this at all.
So you are stupefied for the duration of your turn because of this, and then you kind of come out of it as you lose the connection to Keen, and you're just you are confused as to why these eye-like symbols on these ears have confounded you so. Keen is required to make an attack on the nearest creature.
Keen can't do that.
Keen is that
Is
is an
a
illegal move
familiar.
for familiar. Yeah, you're right.
That is-
Well, okay. Or it does nothing if no creature is within reach. So,
I'm assuming that's a creature other than the rabbit thing.
no, just says a random creature actually.
Huh.
So,
Well,
but because Keen can't actually do attacks,
it's
she
just a wasted turn. Yeah.
She just does nothing. Is
Yeah.
equally stupefied.
Interesting question for me though: is my
Yes.
mage hand dispelled, or is it still up for the turn for the moment? Or is that something for me to figure out next turn?
I think it would have gone down by now.
Okay.
Especially as you would have been concentrating on keeping Keen doing stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But Ksenia, so you see Alvisstavver kind of go slack-jawed for a few seconds, right after he said he was going to wake this thing up.
Okay.
I mean, you don't like see or hear anything right now. But so that's the only reaction you have to this situation.
All right. She's just going to look at him and say, "What the hell did you just see?"
Speaking is a free action, but I just got out of being stupefied, so I don't know if I can say.
Yeah.
You can talk now. Yeah, as soon as you lose the connection to Keen, you are back to your normal self.
Don't directly look at it.
What?
Don't look at it directly.
Oh, okay.
I kind of just say that out loud, like not yelling it, but I say don't look at it directly. If you can like scant view it, or if you have a mirror on you, I don't. He pats his chest. Just don't look at it directly.
Your thieves' kit has a mirror in it.
Oh, holy shit! Ooh, though. I'm not going to look at it directly while having that, but Nimbus is the guy with spells. Nimbus, do you want this so you can kind of aim at it?
It's not your turn though, so you can't pass.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Right.
Shit. Yeah. I take out my mirror and I kind of hold that up, but I look to the people around me. It's don't look at it. Look at it askance, but don't stare it in the eyes.
Um,
Don't look it in the eyes, man.
So, my question really depends on, geez, this detail. There we go. How much does Keen weigh?
Not much.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that I can probably rescue Keen if that is necessary. That is about all I can do at this point.
Do you want to try?
I was thinking that.
What would you like to do this?
So I'm gonna need to move up. So I'm gonna move up to about right there. And then I'm gonna Mage Hand and grab Keen.
Yes, we've established that Keen can be mage-handed. So.
Alright. Grabbing Keen and pulling Keen away from the giant creature.
Very well. So that'll be.
You might want to do that in a separate direction from you. Oh shit.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can move her. I think you can move her 30 feet, right? So.
Yes. So
you go anywhere like there.
Yeah, and I think it might need to stay in line of sight or something. So probably over this way.
Okay.
Just so it doesn't like whip around and look at you unless it already knows you're there, but
right.
let's try to make that not happen.
So like bloop roughly.
Thank you.
That being said, I was thinking about trying to communicate with it.
Well, that was your action, right?
Yeah, but I mean, speaking's a free action.
You could try talking. We'll definitely hear you if you do.
You do you. I'm scared of that thing.
Yeah. So she's gonna try speaking in Sylvan and just say, can you understand me?
Looking at the ground, I hope.
And definitely not looking directly at it after she was told not to.
So currently, as you're mage handing Keen away, this thing is like spinning around to follow where Keen is going. And it's like leaping up off of the nest. And when you speak at it, well, you can't see it if you're averting your eyes.
Right.
Them's the rules in the stat block. So we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, like look at a big old haunch on it or its lack of a tail.
So according to the rules, a creature can avert its eyes to avoid the saving throw. If it does so, it can't see the creature until the start of its next turn, when it can avert its eyes again. If it looks at the creature in the meantime, it must immediately make the save. So.
I wonder how that works through the
mirror.
mirror.
There's no facing rules in 5e, so you can see its eyes from everywhere.
Oh, god damn, even through a mirror.
I mean, actually, the question is, would she look?
I like to settle those with Will's throws.
But... So the evidence you have that this is something worth pursuing or not is that Alvisstavver has said don't do it.
I don't know how long.
Curiosity's gonna kill the cat. She's gonna look at it anyway.
Okay. I was like, I don't know how long you've been here, but Alvisstavver is a greedy motherfucker.
All right. Let's see. So when it starts its turn within 30 feet and is able to see, you started your turn unable to see it, so I'm not going to make you make that save until the start of your turn.
Okay.
Yeah. Per the strict reading of that ability, you don't have to do it until the start of your turn.
Okay.
Nice.
Badath can do anything.
Wait, did it respond to talking to it?
It did not respond to the speech except to continue getting up out of its nest, and we'll see what happens on its turn.
I'm assuming I can't, like, in any way react to seeing those friggin' eyes until I've made that check.
Correct.
Okay.
If you're deciding that you are not averting your eyes right now, that's going to be what's happening.
Okay. Because I sort of have an image in my head of how this is going to go, which is she tries to talk to it in Sylvan, it turns around, she sees the eyes, she freaks the fuck out, and then tries to talk to it in Abyssal. So that's probably how that's going to go.
That's certainly up to you.
Or wait, no, Abyssal's not the one I have. It's Infernal.
Yeah, Abyssal's tricky. Abyssal is you don't want to speak that in polite company.
It was one of the two. I mean, I doubt you want to speak Infernal in polite company either. But...
Oh, don't worry. I know Undercommon. It similarly has a bias against it.
Anyway, please tell us what Badath is doing.
Reserving an action. Reserving a move action.
Got it.
If it seems like something's coming after it, Badath is just going to make a beeline away.
Okay. Very well. Then Limbani, you can go. You just saw Ksenia kind of dart forward and mage hand something.
Thank
And then speak in Sylvan.
Yeah.
Limbani's kind of pissed.
Ksenia's doing too much heroics.
This dang city wizard keeps jumping into things.
Don't
Is
look
the
at
impression I'm getting from our paladin.
More or less.
Don't look at it.
Not gonna look at it.
What would you like to do?
She's gonna run up to Ksenia. One thing that I wasn't sure about from our previous discussion was the state of our overburden or over-encumbered.
Right. So, yeah, I guess now would be a good time to talk about that. You all you must have left your stuff on the shoreline or brought it with you and like packed it back up off the deck.
I left the ropes and tent at the top of the incline.
Okay,
where we
fair
got to
enough.
the top. So because I figured we were going to pass that way anyhow.
Yeah. So I would say whatever you had on the disc at some point. If you would like to not be over encumbered right now, you could say you left it with some other gear. But if you want that stuff on your person and on this island, it's going to have to be on you.
Okay.
Because yeah, you haven't had the time to cast the spell again and like load back up after getting off the boat, which is luckily lasting an hour and not disintegrating anytime soon.
Yeah, I just removed some stuff and I can be unencumbered.
Great.
Which is what I'm gonna do. So then I can move up. And what are the rules for forcefully dragging someone away?
So if you grapple somebody, you can move half your speed with them. So let's see, if you moved, you would have to move 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, basically, to get here.
Yeah.
And so you'd have 3 squares of movement left. So you'd basically have like 1 to 2 squares left to drag Ksenia. You'd have to make a grapple contest, but if Ksenia consents to being grappled, then we can just say you do it.
I doubt she would. Let's be fair, though. But I think I could probably beat her too.
I'm trying to think. I mean, She's reasonably afraid of this thing, and it hasn't exactly responded to her, so she might actually consent to it.
Yeah, you're gonna get a big old gauntlet like wrapping around your collar, so in just a second. So I mean, whatever the correct response to that, basically.
You know what? Let's do the strength checks.
All right, you. So it's athletics versus athletics or acrobatics.
Oh. So I could do acrobatics?
Yeah, you can.
That gives me a slightly better chance. And nope.
Coming with me.
All right.
So what I'd like to do is actually grab her and push her behind me.
So swing me around.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, sure.
I figure that's the easiest way of effectively dragging her once she's space.
Let's see. So here, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. And you, we'll say that costs the last little space of your movement to do that.
Yeah. I assume that the grappling was my turn then.
Yeah, that was your action.
Okay.
That was an attack.
More or less for flavor. I'm just keeping the shield between my face and the scary monster.
Got it. So you are averting your eyes.
Yes.
This is actually a good question. I didn't know you had a shield. Is the shield we picked up... Oh, no, it's -1. Never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot that we redid the rule on it. I was going to ask if the shield that we found was bigger than yours. I'd let you have it. You have an 18 strength, and Alvisstavver admires strong people.
Yeah, I think my current shield will do for now, but I appreciate the thought.
Dual wield shields.
Yeah, that's a great plan.
Well, it's -1 right now.
Exactly,
it belongs in the museum currently. But if it was really a +2, I didn't know whether or not you would like it or not. So if we could retcon it, but if the DM would let it. But no, it's useless.
Unfortunately, all shields are 2 AC, and there's no difference between any shields at all. Which is
Are there any magical ones? Can you get a +1?
There are magical shields. Yeah, that one you have is not magical.
Actually, there is one type of shield that matters. If it's not all wood, then you can shocking touch it.
That's true.
Unless it's made of a non. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So Limbani is averting her eyes as this thing spins around, but no, we decided Ksenia doesn't until the start of her turn. So the creature.
So I want to let you know. I realized I rolled for Badath's initiative, but not Nimbus's. So I finally rolled for Nimbus. It was an 18. So I basically would have just done my mage armor and then otherwise stayed put.
Yeah. Okay. So you would have been there. Okay. So you mage armored up.
Yeah, that's what my first turn action was, and then.
Okay, thank you.
I guess second turn. What's your dex?
We have not reached your second turn yet, actually.
Right, but what's your dex, Alvis?
18.
18. Ah, that's tie.
Wait.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
All right, the creature.
Hang on. Yeah. Okay. So this creature, Ksenia, you see it spin around, and its ears are again stiff, pointed up above its head, and you see these great eyes that you'll have to make a fun save for on your turn. But it roars at this point, and again, it sounds like a wild cat, basically. Well, it's seen you. It heard you speak Sylvan to it. It was a little distracted by Keen, but now it sees something bigger, and it is going to
I'm hungry.
actually. It's going to roar, but it's going to just prowl this way. So it roars once, and then it kind of hunches over, and then it just paces to the right a little bit, and around a little bit, and its ears flutter a little bit. And Limbani, you can't see any of this, but Ksenia, you are your eyes are drawn strongly to those markings. And now it's Alvisstavver's turn.
Do I recognize that? What's her name? Ksenia?
Mm-hmm.
That she's gone trance.
It hasn't happened yet, but you just heard that thing roar.
You probably also heard her talk in Sylvan,
Yeah.
which I don't know if you can make assumptions based off of that of her being a dumbass, but you know.
Yeah. So you just heard a big cat noise. Large meow.
Five. 10, 15, 20, 25. And then I'm going to, in a vain attempt, I am not looking at it.
Okay.
Rather, I'm looking at the spot to which I'm going to do this. I'm going to pull a Verde Classic. I'm going to try to scare off the animal by creating 3 instances of small fires.
Ooh, and that is using what spell?
Prestidigitation.
All right.
Very small fires, then.
A campfire, small fire, but yeah.
Can you ping the spell? Just so I have it.
Oh shit!
That's
what the
not
fuck?
a description.
No, it's not a description. I only thought that it would do that because it has a description in the spell when I highlight it.
All right, load it up, fix it, and then do that. But I'll let you do that, and we'll react to it on this creature's turn.
One, I can find it.
Nimbus, you can go. Well,
it's a small campfire.
I'm assuming, yeah, you light these up.
Oh yeah.
Find me the text.
Yeah.
I found the text in the compendium. You instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Okay, so I mean, I would say the grass is probably dry enough that you could pop a light there. So poof.
I only wanted something like right there.
Yeah.
And something flashy too. So I would try to make it all.
Prestidigitation does flashy very well.
Can you make it any color you want? Is that how prestidigitation?
I'll definitely do green if I can, but I'm focusing more on fire, so I can try to scare the beast and or create some kind of smoke.
That's true. That's true. A beast would know fire rather than like blue fire. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm also trying to create some kind of small smoke to mask the eyes.
Got it.
The eyes, man. I don't know if it would work or not.
So,
but
yeah, okay. So you're able to pop a small flame in the grass, and you're not sure how long that'll burn for, but we'll.
Spell doesn't say anything about choosing the color, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume you could. It's prestidigitation. You can change color of other stuff with it, make markings and things. Anyway, Nimbus.
Despite the warning to not look at it, I'd probably pop my head over and see about where it's at, because there's no way I can respond to it if I don't know where it is.
Right. Now that would be at the start of your turn. So we might need to make you roll some saves.
Yeah, that's fine.
charisma save, if you
Goddamn
would.
wizards.
Oh, that's charisma
Is
check.
that your... Yeah, do you have proficiency in the saving throw?
No.
Okay. Same difference then. You fail.
I'm gonna use my mental D4 actually.
Ooh, okay. Sure, go ahead.
Bleh.
12 is not good enough. You still fail.
Sorry, man.
So good.
You're gonna have to roll a D8 to determine your action turn. On a 3, you do nothing.
All right.
So you too are you like peek your head over this 5-foot pile of bricks, and you see these eyes, and
Sorry.
there's nothing else in the world besides those eyes right now, and that's it.
All right.
It's Keen's turn, so her gaze has been averted, Alvisstavver, by the forceful mage hand, so she's safe for the moment.
Okay.
Would she like to go anywhere?
Yeah, definitely wants to go somewhere. On her time in this island, is this the only animal she has sensed here? There are no like normal rabbit holes or anything like that. Assumed to be on Nimbus.
Yeah, you haven't seen any. There might have been like a few birds that were around the shoreline or maybe in the trees when you guys first got here, but that have long since flown away at the cries of this beast.
But no signs of anything subterranean that she has seen, at least. Okay.
No, you don't see anything.
Well, then, other than
this is not like a tall island. It's pretty sea level compared to the lake as well.
Okay. All right, then just assume to be on Nimbus. Nimbus, you have something dirty on your shoe.
Okay. Ksenia, you need to make your charisma save.
Yep. I'm assuming she can't see it currently, but the fact that she did see it in the intervening time,
I
have
would
to make the save.
Unless you are like fully behind Limbani.
Okay. I mean, no, I'm not saying that I don't need to make the save. I'm saying that she doesn't currently.
Well, I would. So it's the start of
her gaze got ripped away from it when she got pulled back.
That is correct. So if you are fully obstructed, you wouldn't need to make the save, but it still means you can't see it.
Nah, she's making the save.
Okay. You fail. Roll a d8.
Cool. Right. Don't need the character sheet for that.
Yeah. /R 1d8.
There it is.
5. You must use all of your movement to move in a random direction.
Cool.
I'm gonna roll a d8 for you to determine direction. 1 is north. Okay.
And it's clockwise from there?
Yes.
Okay.
Northeast.
I am running into the water.
Yeah, you have to. You actually have to go swimming.
4, 5, 6. I'm swimming.
So yeah, at that point, you're at like chest high water.
I'm assuming there's nothing that's preventing her from swimming properly.
I would assume Ksenia can swim. I assume all adventurers can swim, and yeah, this effect isn't preventing you from treading water. So you are going that way, and then like as you reach this point, you snap out of the whole ice thing, and now you are mostly submerged all of a sudden.
I mean, it's already happened, but did Limbani break grapple with Ksenia?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think I still had her.
I don't know. You might leave it to a roll.
Did you have
I don't
a free
know.
hand?
Like unweaponed hand, did you?
Did you pull your weapon?
Good question.
You said so. You
I
said
put my
you
shield
had.
up.
You said you had your shield up. So was your other hand weapon out, or was your other hand on Ksenia?
I probably had a weapon out.
I'm giving you the chance, but if that's what you feel like is correct, then
I
we'll do
think
that.
that would be correct.
Okay.
Like
Also-
the way I was envisioning it was more of just like
Yeah, it was like a chuck.
Ksenia's neck was in the crook of Limbani's arm. Like,
Yeah,
no.
that's the same way I was seeing it, honestly.
And to be fair, Ksenia's probably safer over there.
Yeah, that's pretty much where
True.
Limbani's at with it.
Um,
Just whatever.
Yep. No. Huzzah for chivalry.
Ksenia, how's your backpack doing underwater?
That's a good question. Let's see.
And which
Are there any
stuff did you
fishies?
leave?
She
in
actually doesn't have a backpack. She has like one of those like shoulder bags.
Right. Okay.
How about your pretty book there, sweetie?
Oh, it's in the bag. That's gonna
Mm.
suck.
Mending at least might help it.
Yeah, I think mending and
Actually, prestidigitation might help with that.
prestidigitation probably does more.
All right. That's the situation now. Badath has a turn. You had to spend all your movement. That was your full turn, Ksenia.
Yep.
We'll discuss your inventory later.
Do any of us have ranged attacks? Just for an idea.
The wizards do.
Other than Nimbus, and so that means Ksenia. But I thought she was a librarian, so I thought she was all support.
She has one attack.
Neat, nice.
It's actually a pretty decent cantrip, but it's a cantrip.
Okay, no, cantrips can be used to great effect. I just wanted to know how I
Cantrips are
needed
good.
to try to play this my thief aspect, because I think we only have one physical guy here, despite me or other than me.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Sweet.
Is Badath going to do anything?
I think Badath is going to move here and try to help keep Nimbus calm and thinking straight in whatever way Badath would do.
Okay, yeah. So by the end of your turn, you're the feeling of the claws, the talons on your shoulder, kind of snap you back to reality, and you shake yourself out of it.
All right.
And you are you're not sure why you were so stupefied by those eye symbols on those ears. That's pretty weird.
Am I still able to look at the creature?
No, you have at this point looked away, and you are now fine. If you want to avoid making the save again, you have to keep your eyes averted. And now, Limbani,
Fire blind.
you've got your shield up in between you and this thing, so you're not looking at it. What would you like to do?
Oh, sorry. My thought was to back up behind that corner and then ready an attack for if Monster Buddy comes near us. Basically, if it runs into me, or I like hear it like right next to me, because I'm still not looking at it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. All right. So this creature continues, and it actually just keeps patrolling. And Alvis, you're not looking at it either, are you?
No.
Okay.
Is it casting a shadow?
Yeah.
Can I look at the shadow?
Out of your periphery, if you're careful, you kind of you know where the thing is roughly, but it's still effectively counted as unseen for you in terms of like attacking.
Okay. As long as I can like at least find like an area and explain it with role play as well.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen is that fire that you started, it's gonna flare up and then go out. As it just kind of flashes through the grass and then goes away.
Yeah, makes sense.
And at the moment that it does, this beast is going to move 1, 2. Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? I think I moved it 2 before that, so that's as far as it can go. And but now you both hear heavy footfalls as this thing is coming toward you. And Albus, looking at its shadow, you see it's approaching at a steady gait.
Okay.
And there's a growl building. And now it's your turn.
Interesting. Nope, I can't do that yet. Shit. I'm thinking of something. Sorry.
That's fine.
Shit. Doesn't work like that. Though it's a neat idea.
And I've just realized that my only attack spell requires line of sight.
Most do, actually.
May I roll a nature or survival rather than intimidation check to try to... I understand it's probably an intimidation check. It could be an animal handling check, but to use my whip to intimidate the beast back without looking at it, basically attacking this area rather than this area, even though I do have reach.
I'll give you animal handling if it's better for you than intimidation.
It is. It's still a -0. Actually, all of those things, except for the nature, was -0. It's just intimidation is -1.
Yeah. Animal handling is fine. I think that's valid.
Okay, I'll even actually back up one, since this is actually the place I'm aiming at, and I have the full reach of my whip that way.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm targeting that area, and even though it's a -0, I like the idea of doing it. Seems cool. Holy shit.
Ooh, all right. So you get you get a growl and a hiss out of that as you crack the air.
Yeah, I'll even do the whole like lion tamer thing. Back. You know, just yelling at it as well, trying to keep it back.
Very
By the
good.
way, sort of a side question. Our characters have sort of gotten to know each other's capabilities between adventures, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, I assume everybody like everybody's kind of on the same meta page in
great.
world because we've got weeks of time game, so everybody knows everybody here.
Great.
Nimbus, are you looking at the creature anymore?
I would have... Now, this is a stretch.
Yeah.
Do I have a piece of colored glass in my component pouch?
I do not recall any spells that require such. But I'll tell you, even if you did, mirrors don't help.
Thank you.
No.
I was going to test that next turn.
Not a mirror. Something that diffuses.
If you're doing something different.
Diffuses the sight, like a frosted glass sort of thing. That I can
see.
get its position, but I can't like clearly see it.
Ksenia yells out, "You can shape spells, right? Target Limbani. Use her as the targeting. Use area of effect spells."
Well, there we go.
Fair enough then. So now I would move to here. And Shutter.
Okie dokie. So centered on Limbani, she's immune to it.
And then Alvis would also be immune to it.
Right. Your shape spells give full immunity, right?
Right. It's that you automatically pass the saving
effect
throw
doesn't
and
happen
the
around the
saving,
person.
and you don't take any damage on the
Right.
save. So
Okay,
essentially, it's
yeah. So then, okay, can't save. Ba-doop. It fails. So it gets blasted with some nice thunder damage.
It would be
And
So
funny if
marking the
that,
first time we've hit it.
it
is.
would
Ksenia's the Sokka of the operation.
it would be really funny if it like was timed perfectly with one of the intimidating cracks.
so that would have damaged the surrounding walls. Does it respond to that in any way? Not that I can see it, but I guess for your sake.
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the shatter, like these walls are heavy enough that like you like blasted a loose brick off, and then there's perhaps like a crunch that you hear in the corner as like things just shift. But you didn't explode the whole wall all the way.
Right.
But this thing you hear it howl in pain, and obviously you can't see it. So, Keen.
Keen is looking awfully dirty on Nimbus's shoe.
Okay. Would you like me to take her out of initiative, or just kind of leave her?
Actually, since she is on Nimbus's shoe, I'm going to be rolling perception checks just to see if there is anything hidden amongst the rubble and lower areas of the area. Of course, it's going to be limited to what she can see from Nimbus's shoe, but I feel as if it's better than her not doing anything, and maybe she'll find something.
If you want to roll, go ahead.
Most definitely. I just need to load up her sheet because I was a dumbass. Post it again and just popping it out in the window. Where's your perception? There it is. Bam.
Yeah, no.
Cool.
Ksenia, you're splashing.
Yeah. Interesting question. Can I use some of my movement and then look at it?
So it's gonna be like technically yes, I would make you make the save because it says.
I mean, obviously I'd make the save, but would I have to make the save at the beginning of my turn?
Oh, okay, no. So you can avert your eyes to avoid the saving throw at the start of your turn. It can't see it until the start of your next turn when it can avert its eyes again. If the creature looks at it in the meantime, it must immediately make it.
Okay. Then in that case, Ksenia is going to swim back to shore, then sort of run over and take cover behind this tree, then peek out and look at it.
I'll go right ahead.
Why are you continuing to do this?
And fail.
Why?
Because she can't do anything else. Eventually she's going to succeed, and then she can actually do anything.
It's like drugs.
Can you roll a d8?
Well, she might also be forced to attack it too, and if she has a ranged spell, that's all the better.
Oh, it has to be a melee attack.
Eat me! Damn it! It has to be. So she has to.
So you have to move again.
Okay.
So
I have one movement remaining.
That's true.
Oh, good job.
And 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to move southeast by 1.
That's like the exact opposite of where you want to go. God damn it.
Pretty much.
The dice have spoken.
All right, Badath, the dice speak loud.
Badath is basically on Nimbus's shoulder, looking away from the creature and
Yeah.
basically at Nimbus. They're kind of like communicating like a click back and forth every few seconds, and if Badath doesn't get a response click, then he's going to start shaking Nimbus to try to snap him out of it.
Okay, got it.
Good. I don't want Badath looking at a
Limbani.
Keen like it's an afternoon snack.
So it's out of my melee range still,
It
yes?
is.
I can
yeah, so
hear it, but
you have enough spatial awareness that you could get close to it, but effectively it has it's invisible to you, so you'd have just disadvantage on the attack.
Right. Sorry, just thinking 1 sec.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Question. What does losing the rest of my turn do to my reactions? Do I still have a reaction, or...?
So, per this ability, you can't take reactions until the start of your next turn either.
Oof. That is rough. Okay,
No,
maybe I shouldn't be looking at this thing.
It kills a whole lot of your turn if you fail.
I have no charisma. I really shouldn't be looking at this thing.
Well, you've got like a 25% chance to make the save.
It's better than mine. I got a -1 in my charisma.
I have -1 on my charisma.
Hell yeah!
There you
High
go.
-1
five.
charisma club.
Yeah,
Alright,
ugly
maybe
people,
that's-
ugly
maybe that's-
personality.
No, my character's just really, really socially inept.
Yeah.
Yep, very
yeah.
similar.
No, I got a 6 and put that in charisma, but I'm a half elf, so I got a +2.
Nice, well done.
All right,
Use
so
that dump stuff.
I forgot about that.
Limbani's gonna step forward and just swing wild.
All right, so yeah, you've got like the shield up blocking your eyes and just trying to like get at it. So go ahead and roll with disadvantage, and
That's not bad for disadvantage.
that is not bad. Unfortunately, a 14 does not hit.
Ooh.
So you swing, and this thing you just don't hit anything on the way down. But this creature is not enjoying the whips. It's not enjoying the sounds, and it is actually going to jump back a few paces, and just I'm trying to describe this without you guys being able to see it, but I don't know if I can.
I mean, Ksenia was looking at it.
Yeah.
She isn't necessarily comprehending anything at the moment.
So what happens now is I guess if Ksenia is looking at it, she would get snapped out of it when it turns around. Now, even though there aren't any facing rules, turns around and runs this way.
Whoa!
We were mean to the bunny.
And it gets to the edge of the island and just kind of like hops in the water, and you see it start swimming.
Huh.
Guys, we were mean to the bunny.
Yeah. I have
It is
bunnies
what it
tattooed.
is. I need to investigate this structure here then.
Alvisstavver, you can... Yeah, it's still your turn if you want to do anything in particular related to combat.
No, I was just going to move up right behind Big Bull Paladin and
Right.
mention to her that I can I can attack past her initial position so that basically I'll move up with her. I'll basically like hold on to her belt so that if she moves, she drags me.
Got
Question
it.
mark? I'm very light.
Ksenia, you
Piggyback gnome.
You're the one who sees this thing run away.
Can Ksenia talk at the moment?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
You got snapped out, remember?
She would definitely mention that then.
Okay.
She'd be like, "It's running away," and also possibly start cycling through languages, basically saying "wait" and starting with Infernal.
Yeah, it doesn't reply to any of those.
Okay.
Or seem to acknowledge them in any way. After a couple seconds, you see it get a little bit further into the lake, and then it keeps going.
Oh, we scared off the bunny.
I'm okay with that. That was a scary bunny.
It was a scary bunny.
Alvisstavver kind of wants the fur, though.
We need to come back with the ability to speak with animals. Otherwise, we're not really going to be able to get too far with it. I don't know that we're necessarily going to be able to kill it, nor that it'd be a worthwhile use of our time and resources. I was more interested in what's inside this building here.
I'm interested in that too. But I mean, if we could harness the power of those eye symbols or whatever, just like really good graft of that skin, like put onto a shield, that would be amazing. Pontus would love that.
It could
My
be,
guild
or
would
it
love
could be
that.
just like the cockatrice we had killed. That once they were dead, there was nothing that would petrify that was left on their bodies. It's the magic within them. Once they're dead, it's gone. I don't know.
It's an absolute shame.
I don't know about this thing.
Yeah, me neither. I've never.
It definitely seemed like a magical effect. Like animals that have false eyes don't usually come with a confusion effect on them.
Right.
For humans.
So then, let's take a closer look at what is in this structure.
Sure. So, yeah, you've got this kind of flower pedestal, and if you look closely at the thing top it, what you see is a image, as stated, of like a treetop. If you look, you can see kind of land, grass, and you see kind of ivy covered stone brick at the bottom of this image, and that's really it.
Can I tell what kind of magic this is, and if the flower pedestal would be disturbed in any way if it was moved?
You'd be able to do a detect magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would tell you the school, if any. Would you like to take 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you folks are fine with that.
Absolutely. I kind of wanted to investigate the area more thoroughly, see if there's anything about this, like the whole island in general.
Right.
Got it.
Ksenia would caution against touching whatever this is. Like, just don't disturb it. It's at the center of whatever did this, so there's a it's at the center of the island, so there's a very good chance that it's what's keeping this thing floating.
As you complete your ritual, you find it is the aura of divination hangs heavily over it.
So this might not necessarily even have to do with something going on right now.
You're cutting in.
Yeah.
Fucking Discord. So this might not have anything to do with anything that's going on right now. This could be something in the past or the future that it's showing.
Or it could be just showing another location.
That's true. We did see
And
those two other
Alvisstavver,
structures.
You don't find anything of interest on this island. It's a fairly small bit of. Actually, that's a lie. To the southeast, sort of the direction the creature went, kind of like around here, more like. You find traces of cobblestones that kind of look like what would be a path, and they seem to go underwater.
Interesting. Rats can swim.
Yeah.
Go swimming, Keen.
Underwater.
Yeah.
If you have her try to follow them, she'll be able to detect that the cobblestones do go underwater for a little ways as far as she's comfortable going.
Interesting, but she can't see
Sorry.
anything further.
It's foggy lake water.
Interesting. Well, then I'll relay that back over here.
Okay.
Yeah, I found some cobblestones over there. They seem to go underwater.
Huh. Water seems pretty clear. I can just...
It was kind of foggy from Keen's perspective.
you know what? I'm going to create a current to push all of the sediment and crap out of the way.
Yeah. Like it's not like a dirty lake, but it's like it's just like mud and silt stuff.
Right. So just kind of
Mud and silt and stuff is actually a sign of a healthy lake. Too clear is bad.
Yeah.
pushing some of that stuff out of the way so that I have a better view and just kind of.
If you're able to clear a few feet of water with that, you can. I should note that's probably going to dissolve your boat, isn't it?
I mean, ice isn't going to immediately dissolve. It's ice. It's solid, like ice cube from the freezer ice. It's not going anywhere.
Oh, didn't it say it melts if it uses the spell again, or was that?
It begins the process of naturally melting.
Got it.
But it doesn't like auto crumble. It's not like a wall of ice spell.
Yeah, it's not a maintain.
It's not magical ice. It is physical, real water turned to frozen ass ice.
Yeah. Okay. Or
slushies sometimes.
You could probably use your current also to push Keen along faster underwater so that they can see more.
Yeah. Actually, no. I can create a current to some extent, but I can't do anything where creatures in the space.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, so you're able to you're able to clean it out, and what you see is effectively the same. There is some cobblestone just in the dirt, like maybe 8 feet wide is the widest point that you see these, and they're scattered, they're fragmented. There's not many of them, but they're pretty clearly there. And kind of in a direction, and they go roughly that way.
Okay.
Well,
are there any? I'm gonna kind of look around and see if there's like any bits of wood or metal or anything kind of sticking out among them.
Just the cobbles.
Okay. All right then. Did we want to try to check out a couple more of the buildings real quick before we head back?
Yeah. Alvisstavver says nonchalantly.
Okay.
With not a bit of hesitation.
So you
I
guys
say we
are
go in that direction.
just about there.
It was right
Yeah.
here, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's head down to
The
motorboat.
The other thing was that the image in that divination pedestal was of hills overlooking forests, right? So we've got hills and we've got forests in two directions from them.
Right.
So
I think that's over here, though.
we should probably head towards the hills. And
Oh,
I mean-
well, hills overlooking forest could also be over here because this hill is overlooking this forest, but these
yeah,
are
but we would
forests
have
and
seen
hills.
like a drop off in the view if
Right.
it was these hills.
Agreed. No, I agree with that. Yeah, these match the description a little bit more, but the other building is over here. We could make it scantlize all the way in that direction.
It's a short walk.
Let's follow the cobblestones first, and then we can head over and do the other thing.
I like that
Alright.
idea too.
Sounds good.
Okay.
It is going in roughly the same direction as
So-
Rabbit Creature, and I am a little hungry.
in the 10 minutes it took you guys to do that ritual and everything else, you've lost sight of the creature.
That's good.
And yeah, if you try to go in the direction of the cobblestones by boat, you'll end up here roughly.
Okay.
And if you take 10 minutes to like look around the shoreline, you'll find what seems to be a cobblestone path, the remains of one, creeping up out of the water and going up a little ways before it stops. It sort of curves off to the northeast a little bit.
Interesting.
Alvisstavver explains Bully when we found it, and points off in the direction. Well, shall we? Kind of gets a pen out and starts mapping what they have already discovered.
Right.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Mapping it is.
Just so we can go about slowly, because we're also looking for something that's roughly an image that was described to me. We had enough time to look at it too, so I've
Yeah,
seen
we
it.
were looking at it for 10 minutes or whatever.
Oh, also, definitely sometime during this time, Ksenia has realized that her books are all soaked, and has asked somebody to prestidigitation her books because she doesn't have that. I need to get her that.
I think you've saved them soon enough.
If not, I have mending too.
But I think your ink and stuff was probably just straight up ruined.
My what?
Your ink and your pen.
Oh, okay. Well, shit.
Alvisstavver sort of hides the pen and small inkwell for the mapping tools, under his arm.
So where would you guys like to go?
I'm looking for something that looked like inside that image. That's why
Okay.
I'm mapping. So that would be I could go about slow enough.
Your nose down into parchment, so somebody else has to take the lead.
So it would be this way to continue where we were going?
Northeast would be following the general trajectory of these stones.
Northeast.
Yes.
Do we want to continue that way, or did we want to go in the hills?
The hills was what was looked like inside the image that we saw.
It's only a 2-minute walk between any hex.
Yeah. So let's start heading this way then.
All right. So from a slightly higher vantage, you can, looking around, you can make out those two structures a little bit better. The one to your west appears to be some kind of tower. The one to your east appears to be a slightly more squat building, but it actually looks a lot more intact than any of the other ones.
Okay.
Any signs of habitation? Smoke?
No smoke.
Okay. Chop down trees?
You haven't seen
think-
any of those.
Okay.
All right. And then I guess I would look through Badath's eyes to see if I can get a view that looks similar to the one we saw on the pedestal or not.
So yeah, like looking west, the tree line that you're getting is a little bit
Okay.
Is a little bit what?
similar.
Oh, okay.
So more northwest or southwest?
Directly west.
Oh, great map. Well, then I'll go there. Or we'll go there. But
Good
I
idea,
guess
Nimbus.
straddling the lower part of the hex, I suppose, as we try to get more of our bearings on that location.
Got it. So yeah, you're pretty close to that squat building structure up here now.
Okay. And then in terms of like the tree line and view of other things, am I seeing anything else that seems like we're closer or further?
I mean, you see this forest over here, but that's there's kind of a lot of grassland in between it. So it's hard to tell if that's the same thing or a different thing from what you were seeing. It's hard to tell if either forest is the particular one. They don't really have any super identifying features. They're all the same types of trees and stuff.
Okay. Well, we can continue trying to find that location, or since we're close by, we could check out that structure.
It would seem that's a most pertinent thing to do. I mean, we could investigate the area right here if we want to be super thorough.
I mean, it seemed like we were really close to finding the location that was in that pedestal just because the tree line was looking familiar, but...
Right. Well,
Yeah, maybe we can go one more west and then go up towards the squat building north and then go back down towards that other building that we were close by. The tower, rather.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a route, but
It's only a few minutes.
Yeah. It's a little roundabout, but...
So, any better success from here?
I'm gonna investigate the area.
There you've got hills, you've got different sorts of trees in these hills. Actually, they've got pink leaves or like a light red to them, and then you're getting dangerously close to that drop off the edge.
Right.
Right. Not planning on walking off.
Nope.
Hope not. No invisible walls.
But the tree line no longer looks familiar?
Yeah, I want to investigate the area. See maybe if we can find something. Or if there is
Yeah, I guess we
anything.
probably would have been searching around a little in each area along the way.
Sure. Okay. Can you roll me a d20 just flat?
Yes.
Alvisstavver? Okay. You haven't found anything really. So you've kind of left the path of those cobblestones a few minutes ago, and in the meantime, haven't really encountered any signs of like structure, man-made, or anything like that.
Okay. Well, I think we should probably head to that tower then.
Or the other building
Or
that
the
was closer
squat.
by?
The squat one was the one nearby?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
Yeah, let's head there.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. You are here. So we'll pop you all in here.
And you said this was more intact?
A little bit, yeah. So compared to the last one, which was like a pile of stones that occasionally got about 10 feet high.
Gotcha.
Oh, pretty.
This is something that was very clearly a building at one time. It still has most of a doorway, and you can see in, and the walls are still, compared to previously, they're still like 10 to 15 feet high. And you do notice that plant life has taken over this thing heavily.
Right.
So from the outside, it looks like it would have been a fine stone brick building in its day. You don't really see any iconography anywhere, but it has a wide entrance. That's pretty obviously an entrance. There's a couple steps up to it, and there are a few open spots where windows were once located, but have long since been shattered by whatever forces brought this thing to ruin.
Fuck no.
Yeah, we should check this place out. Can I spot anything? I guess I'm looking to see if that creature or any similar creatures are around.
Yeah. Well, that 9 perception will give you anyway the indication that just in general, there are a lot of birds up here, and you haven't seen too much else. The occasional small mammal. Yeah. You don't see the large rabbit. And
So is it about to be
That's-
duck season? Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry. No, it's rabbit season.
Okay. It can be both. There's no laws out here, so you don't have to follow those rules.
Nice.
Yeah. That is what you see. What would you like to do here?
I'd like to explore the building. I don't see the pink and yellow flowers, but I'm driven by a meta desire to see pink and yellow flowers.
Yeah. Well, go right ahead.
Right.
We're not in combat, so you guys can pretty freely move your tokens around.
Here's my tokens. I actually didn't see them. The player icons at the very bottom of the screen covering.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, those are pretty big.
The altar in the back there's what's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, so like from the entrance, you see this antechamber where the stonework on the stone tiles have been cracked through, and pink and yellow flowers have burst through and are flourishing in the sunlight that kind of comes through the walls. Through there, you can see a room that has an altar in the back. And to the left and right, you see kind of side passageways that seem to lead into other rooms. Nimbus, that altar is overgrown, and it's kind of like a circular pedestal. It is empty and has a thick base that kind of it's like a partial cone down to the floor. Where it is pretty seamlessly flush with the floor, and again, like greenery and stuff has taken over most of it.
Hmm. Huh. An interesting thought.
Alvisstavver, are you looking through Keen's eyes?
While Keen is climbing up the tree, yeah, I wanted to try to get a view on the place.
From her
Keen was
perspective, you can see some kind of object up in the branches.
Keen's definitely going after the shiny.
Okay.
Didn't even have to tell her to do that.
Okay, so while she's climbing, let's see. Anybody else, if you're doing anything?
I would probably just, out of curiosity to see what happens, pour a gallon of clear elemental water on the center of the altar.
Got it. You remove some dirt, some loose leaves with the flow of water. Nothing else happens. But it's still you'd kind of have to get some manual intervention here if you wanted to clean that stuff up.
Right. I was first seeing if there's just some innate nature to it. If you folks don't mind sitting around here for a moment, I'd kind of like to see if there's anything magical about this place.
Out of character, Alvisstavver has already got Cuddy in the corner, hiding. Yeah. This is stonework too, so
It is stonework.
is that technically advantage?
He's invisible.
Nice. Yeah, you couldn't see me if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I look like that one time when Frodo got really, really comfortable with Sam.
Right. While that spell's being cast, I'm going to refill my water bottle. I'll be right back.
Oh,
1 minute.
really?
Good. I want to be AFK for a bathroom break. BRB.
Yeah. Back in a second then.
Okay, everybody gets a bathroom break.
Cool.
You get a bathroom break. You get a bathroom break. I get a bathroom break.
I have returned.
Nature has been answered, and I return.
I'm
Well
back.
done.
I'm also back, but I'm probably going to be muted for a while because I have chips.
Okay. Thank you.
Because you have what? Oh, chips.
So, while Nimbus is casting Detect Magic, Ksenia and Limbani, are you doing anything? Any interactions with this location?
I'm standing at the door, making sure that there's not some critters popping up,
Got it.
catching us by.
Yeah, it's pretty peaceful out here. Really nothing but bird song, more or less. And the shifting of leaves. Keen finds nestled, rather tightly entwined in the branches of this tree, a what looks like stone model of a snake coiled up.
Can Keen unnestle that and bring it back down?
Hell
Shoot
no.
through the wood?
It's from her perspective, it's like twice her height.
Oh, interesting. Can she gnaw on the branch and have it fall down?
So based on the material it's made out of and how how thin it is, you think if it fell from that height, you'd probably break it into a billion pieces.
Yeah. Nimbus! Nimbus!
What's going on?
Help me get this thing. I found an interesting thing.
How high is the
I'm
wall
not-
near this tree?
And I run up over here out of my...
So the walls may be 10 feet high, the trees may be 20 feet high, and that thing's up in the branches.
Yeah, and I definitely try to point it out.
So yeah, the tree has burst its way through the stone tile floor long ago.
I don't think I could mage hand that out of there.
Can I, how distributed are the branches? Do they kind of go from, like, the wall up, basically?
Yeah.
Would I be able to use acrobatics to kind of get my way up and through them to get to that point?
I mean, climbing trees in general is not too tricky. Really, most of the time, unless it's like a slick surface, climbing anything like this is going to be half movement speed in general.
Okay.
So yeah, unless the wall's going to collapse or the tree is particularly smooth or tall without any branches. But that's not true in this situation. You can get a couple footholds. You can kind of wrap around the tree. Nimbus has got to have climbed trees before.
Yeah. Definitely.
So it's not too difficult to get your way up there.
This would have been after I've completed the spell, of course.
Got it. So what you found from that spell was that this location is mundane.
Okay. Interesting. Just, interesting old ruin. I kind of want to know if there's anything written on the side of that altar. But I'll check that out in a moment. Let's see what this snake's all about. So then using one of my daggers, I'd try to kind of break and pry at things so that I can grab the snake and pull it down.
Okay. So you are able to get this thing in your hand. So it's like a foot tall snake statue coiled with the tail at the bottom and the head at the top. Roughly, it's done in such a way that it's a little bit wider at the top than the bottom, the spiral, and it's on like a pedestal sort of base, yeah. So you're able to grab it. It's as heavy as you'd expect a stone object of that size to be, and and you're able to get it down.
On a pedestal type object.
It's like a like a minifigure base, or like an amiibo.
Is there something contained inside the coil?
No, it's empty, so it's just the snake on the base.
This could go on the pedestal.
And the for reference, the snake, the snake is eyes open, mouth closed, no tongue or anything, just snake.
Okay.
If nothing happens when it goes on the pedestal, I would very much like it, Nimbus. Though you did do the work, so I would pay you.
Yeah, again, anything we're finding are probably going to be archaeological sort of artifacts first, and then once we've done our research on them, then we can figure out. Obviously, if there's nothing else to be done with it once we're done researching, yeah, sure. Looks cool.
Belongs
I'm sure
in
you
a
go with your
museum.
stuff. But
Not my stuff, Matrix, of course.
it should be interesting to just see what we can learn about this, if of course there isn't something that it's used for around here. You had a good idea with the checking out the altar. I'm going to actually take a little bit more time then. So there's stuff like attached to the altar, or it's just kind of like loosely grown around it.
Yeah, it's just kind of overgrown. So if you took a few minutes to you wrap your hand in your sleeve and just kind of brush it vigorously, you'd be able to clear it off.
Yeah. Can you clear it off with prestidigitation by any chance? Alvisstavver?
No, absolutely not. Yes, I could. Sorry, I was just using.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah, that's fine. So you blast it with a few casts of prestidigitation, and it's all sparkly and new after a moment, and what precisely are you looking for?
So,
are you doing anything?
First, it would be seeing if there's somewhere that the snake statue, the figure goes on there somewhere.
Yeah, like a pillith or an indentation. I would use my thieves' tools to try to check that out if I could.
There is like a so looking closely, you see a sort of peg-shaped indent in the middle of the altar. It's like a it's like a centimeter wide, maybe 10 centimeters long. Just kind of deep indent in the middle.
Seems like maybe something's supposed to go there first. Does the platform of the snake statue have a hole in it of similar size? Or something that would perhaps receive a stick?
So yeah, if you turn it over and like look at the bottom, you don't see it.
Okay.
It seems to be flat. It's like a flat cylinder shape to the pedestal.
These might not necessarily go together then. Is there any writing or any symbols around the pedestal now that's been cleaned off?
Who speaks Elvish? Anybody in this party?
Ksenia?
Oh, shit.
I think the half-elf does, right?
Nice.
I actually speak Elvish.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay. I was about to say, wow.
That would have been funny.
I know. No Elven speakers.
Yeah. So Nimbus, you spot some of the flowy face script on this pedestal on the front.
Wonder what,
Ew, there
what
are
does
no
this say?
angles on this writing at all.
Yeah, it's all around.
Ugh.
I assume our other wizard is checking it out.
Wizard.
You can unmute for a second, unless your mouth is too full of chip.
My mouth was full of chip right at that moment. It is. Okay, so what was the question? Sorry.
Do you want to read some Elvish?
Yes.
Okay. On the altar is inscribed, so now that it's clean and shiny, you can read it just fine.
Right.
It says, the
Speak
devout
friend and enter. Sorry.
of Nazida may earn her knowledge.
All right. I guess I'm going to be doing some religion knowledge to find out if I know who that is.
That would be a great idea.
I don't.
What was
Nope.
that name?
Yeah, you've never heard of a entity named Nazida.
I'm going to ask the party if they've heard of anybody named Nevzita. And I suppose
It's like clearly a proper noun.
Would
Is
it be
it,
religion or
religion?
arcana?
Please give me religion.
Okay. I don't know that one.
Shit. Never mind, I have a physical.
Anybody have inspiration?
Oh! Oh, is that button filled? I think it is. Yes, it is. I have inspiration.
Ooh.
I don't know why the button's filled. Do I actually have inspiration? Do you have notes for me to say that I have inspiration?
I haven't been taking note. I'm assuming if it's full, you clicked it for some good reason that I told you to. So by all
Yeah.
means.
Okay, so I just click the inspiration button?
Inspiration will let you reroll. So you expend that thing, so you clear the field.
Wait, before you roll, I'm actually going to spend the portent 20 on this.
Oh, hey.
Wow, really?
There's a good idea.
I think this is important.
Okay. Yeah, you...
Also, it's getting late, and I have a feeling that we aren't going to have much more combat.
That is true.
Fair enough.
You foresaw this. So...
I know the right words to say to trigger Alvis's memory.
Ah, okay. That's an interesting way of doing it.
I like that.
Yeah,
I mean, you could just portend to read the right book before we leave or something. Like,
I can't retroactively do rolls on myself. I have to do them before they're rolled. So I'm using it on the inspiration roll.
Okay. Okay, so Alvisstavver, you have to spend the inspiration roll.
I like that. No, I like that a lot.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so that turns into a 22, and that's plenty. Alvisstavver, you've heard about this. Nazida was it is a goddess that's fallen out of style. Nowadays, she's worshipped as a pair of sibling god instead, brother and sister, who rule over the domains of life, death, and the discourse between them, mostly. A while ago, historically, and like sometimes in the modern day, you'll be able to find old holdouts of people who still worship those two as a single entity, and but in that older sect, like the process of this goddess splitting into a brother and sister god was kind of done in such a way that at a certain point in this creature's history, it was commonly portrayed as two two entities worshipped as a single god.
Mm-hmm.
And common symbology were a pair of coiling serpents.
So there's one more of these. Or maybe, yeah. Alvisstavver thinks that there is one more of these statues, maybe somewhere around here. Maybe at the other building or the tower.
Are you in that? Are you in that room right now, where you're saying you're looking?
Yeah, I would be after we are done convening about this.
Yeah. So since this is the first time anybody's looked in that room, you just find a similar snake statue just kind of sitting in the corner on the ground.
Well, motherfucker. Do they go together in some way? Can I use my thieving tools to...
Well, along the lines of what you know about the religion, what sort of things does this god or pair of gods usually request or demand for sacrifice?
Blood.
I
have no idea.
I don't know if your knowledge goes that far. It's kind of like a worship. It's like a kind of circle of life worship sort of deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, this is the world. Life happens, death happens. People are in between that, and this goddess has domain over that.
I like it. Very, very liberal god. Allows business to go as usual.
So, is there some way these statues are meant to interlock, or is there some area perhaps near the altars where they fit in?
Yeah. I'm definitely interested in that.
If you try interlocking them, you notice that the snakes coil in opposite directions, and if you kind of like loop them together and coil them up, they do lock together into a single coil. And as soon as you do that, the two combined pedestals pop out what was previously completely flush and blended in with the base of the pedestal a node.
Ah!
Well, I
Whoa.
think we know where this goes.
Well, Alvisstavver wants to inspect the object. Just like, I want to know how that worked. What's the mechanics behind this?
You could investigation.
God damn it! How the fuck does this magic work?
It's an impressive work. It's an impressive feat of engineering.
Oh. Baffled, we go to the altar, I suppose.
All right. Everybody? Anybody else moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you put?
Do it.
Put it in.
All right. You put the thing on the altar in the slot. You jostle it into place, and you hear a click.
I do it very careful, like Indiana Jones.
In Nimbus, the ground under your feet rumbles vigorously. Just Nimbus, though, and you're kind of you're jolted to the side as a great groaning and grinding of gears moves the stone that you're standing on to the right.
Alvisstavver jumps up, clicks his heels. This is what I love about adventuring.
And it creaks and creaks and squeaks open, and then it shudders and stops about halfway open. but it's enough that you can see a staircase going down, and there's enough space for a human-sized person to kind of like squeeze their head and limbo under into whatever this alcove is.
Does it seem like it goes fairly far?
Let's go.
From the light you have, you can see the floor, but not much beyond that. It's basement.
I'll send Badath in with the lantern and look through Badath's eyes.
Okay.
He will follow.
Got it. There you go.
Are those buttons?
Snaky.
Vials.
Those look like vials with potions. As soon as Alvis sees that, he's scrambling to get down there.
Okay.
He kind of tells the librarian out of courtesy because she's the bookworm type.
Alvis,
she's following after.
As soon as you get halfway down the stairs, you are hit with a wall of the stench of like ammonia and alcohol.
Is this like a laboratory kind of scent? Would I have smelled this before, or is this entirely foul?
No, that's what you're getting off of this.
Do I have to make a roll to strength through it, because that generally means interesting stuff, and Alvisstavver is the curious type.
You are pretty small, so like if this is like a low-hanging deal, you might be getting the worst of it.
I'll put the bandana that I am wearing on my head over my face, if that helps.
It'll help a little bit, yeah.
And just, prove that I'm actually wearing one, I send everybody a syntax error.
What?
Okay,
so we couldn't see that. Yeah.
Cool. Absolutely. That's great.
Yeah. So everybody else, you saw Alvisstavver go down here and
yeah, I do gag audibly. I go, oh, no.
The moment that I notice that there's any sort of chemical smell, I just go to internal breathing.
No breathing mode. Yeah.
Press onward. Does the lantern look like it's catching those fumes, like it might explode?
No.
Okay, good.
Lucky me.
We're not doing that again.
I'm looking at the
not tonight.
Shelf, or very interesting thing. I can see in the dark, basically.
Yes, you can. Sorry,
but you
what
can't
did you say?
See color.
I want to see the most interesting thing. No, I can't see color, so I can't see any of those interesting color things.
What you see?
But we do have light down here, so you can see.
Yeah, there is light. So
I can cast light at any time.
There we go. So you've got rows and rows of vials, jars, and all sorts of things like that, filled with various liquids. And what you can see is that many of these are burst and have long since bubbled and crusted over, and you get the feeling that's probably the source of this misery for your senses. And a lot of these have a lot of them are just on open shelves, but then a bunch of them are behind glass walls that are streaked with dust and age. Actually, I suppose if they're glass, this would be the sort of glass that has, because technically glass is a liquid, so it pools at the bottom of a pane of glass over time. That would have
very slowly though.
Yeah, so that would have happened to a significant degree here, such that the glass is very warped and not clear anymore.
Wow.
And down south, there's another passageway where you see a massive figure of a snake, kind of like built into the ceiling, such that it's a ceiling figure. It's like the full body and head of a snake, but there's like a few inches of space above it where the ceiling actually is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like floating in that way. Um, in the light, its eyes and teeth glitter as gemstone, and also near the base of it, piled around the far end of that hallway, you see various urns and pots.
Well, clearly we need to break the urns and take the
I'm
rubies.
checking for traps before I pry all of that out. But yeah,
Okay.
you're absolutely right.
Where are you checking for traps, and how are you getting up there?
I'm climbing up this thing right here.
Yes.
Looking around first, and then I'm gonna jump onto the snake's nuzzle.
Can you give me a little acrobatics to make that a sneaky tight jump? Oh, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, so you're on the snake head. What's everybody else doing while that's happening?
I'm definitely checking out these various vials and things, seeing
I think that
while
is
I've
what
got detect
Ben is
magic
doing,
going,
trying to identify the different chemicals.
if I'm
Okay.
able to notice
their
any magic
significance
within
might
the
be.
area.
I did before I did all of this. Tried to make a small draft so that the air would get away from me.
Mm-hmm.
I figured that I maybe could do that since I could snuff out a candle. It's probably nothing like awesome, but it would be better over time.
What should I roll to identify these chemicals?
Well, let's see. Ksenia, why don't you give me a medicine roll? And
right.
why don't you guys all move your tokens into where you want to be?
Right. Medicine's not my greatest.
Before snakes start pouring out of all the walls.
Yeah. No, the thing's jaw opens and 50 snakes come out.
This is
That's surprisingly not a problem for me.
The trapdoor closes.
Yeah, if this is net.
No, so none of that happens. So Ksenia, these are, as far as you can tell, they once were, most likely various implements for, like just general medicine, healing, preservation, that sort of thing.
Lucky me.
Like a lot of this, even just from the smell, it's like you and the way like the old faded unreadable labels are designed and the way they're organized, like it kind of looks like you're looking at like a hospital's storage room.
Gotcha.
That means we can find awesome drugs in here. Or, wait, these are the remains of the awesome drugs.
And I would at this time really like it if everybody in the party could roll a D100.
What? Holy shit! Did I fuck something?
Almost rolled a D1000 right there.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we'll go in order.
This is I don't know.
Is anybody looking at those urns, by the way?
Keen will, because Keen was just going to climb up that thing anyway. And since everybody else is doing, she'll just scout out what's over here.
Okay.
Not like she can do anything.
So, Nimbus, you're looking around in your magic detection. You uncover. You kind of holding your breath makes this pretty easy. You don't really want to touch a lot of this stuff, but you see a perfectly preserved, not like rotted or expired vial of something in the back row. And
Taste test.
Definitely has an aura.
Taste test. The original way of finding out.
I will definitely take it and put it somewhere that it won't drop or spill. It's capped, right?
Yeah, it is capped.
Okay, then yeah, definitely making sure it's
Okay.
Yeah, somewhere safely stored, and then I guess I would continue perusing around, seeing if there's anything else magical within the area.
Got it. Limbani.
Yep.
You also spot something that stands out to you on one of these shelves as like a item that you would that looks like usable. It's compared to everything else, which is dusty and everything. This one, it's like clean. It's has crystal clear liquid in it. But
do we have any indication of what's in it, or is it just this doesn't look dusty? It looks.
I mean, if you pick it up and show it to Nimbus, he could easily affirm for you that it's got an aura of its own.
Taste test.
I'm not gonna taste it, but yes, that's definitely got a magical aura about it.
And then so 1 second.
Did I find a perfectly preserved gallon of Go Lightly?
Wait, did you say a gallon of Pedialyte?
Nope. Go Lightly. If you know what that is, I am very sorry for you.
I have no idea what Go Lightly is. What is Go Lightly?
Alright, then I'm the only one. Awesome.
I mean, I do by association, but...
Yeah, you'll know when you're older.
What? I'm 23. Yeah, what?
Older.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, alright.
Are we all right? Is everybody okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was making bad jokes. That mostly only Helly and I get.
Oh, what was the color of the fluid in mine? The color and consistency?
Give me a moment to get back to you on.
Sure.
So Keen is able to look through these urns, and they appear. The first one she looks at is empty. Has nothing in it.
Lame.
And these are just like they're like clay, sort of. They seem pretty fragile. You think if you like kicked one, you'd just break it right open.
If Alvisstavver did, not Keen.
Yeah. She's fine. She's a mount. Does she continue? Perhaps look at the second one.
But of course.
Okay.
Underneath the snake.
Yeah. So in the second one, she finds coins. Gold.
She squeaks. Squeak! She's been trained.
The rat squeaks.
The rat squeaks. It is a joyous, happy squeak.
Break the vases. Squeak! Grab the rupees.
Alvisstavver is busy doing something else.
He's busy grabbing the rupees.
Yeah. Shh, don't tell them that. I'm also the thief. I mean, the student. No, they already knew.
Yeah. Given a few minutes, you are able to pry the eyes out of this serpent, which are large pearls.
I did check for traps first.
You did. There were not traps.
Okay.
You checked, and they did not trigger when you removed these objects from this holy idol.
Nice. And there was more too, like the gems too, right? I mean, not the gems. I mean the mouth as well. And
yeah, and like a few of the teeth.
Yeah.
Are
I'm defacing this.
a few of the teeth are smaller gemstones as well.
Oh, when did you start this process? I must have missed that.
What?
I said, when did you start the process? I must have missed that part.
As soon as Keen identified that there was shiny stuff there, she sent a trained sort of kind of like internalized squeak to me, and I jumped up on top of the cabinet as quickly as I possibly could while just milling about here, and made a spectacular acrobatics check to jump onto the snake idol's head, and then I started going at it with my thieves' tools because I'm not a fucking barbarian. I'm not just gonna like knife it out like
I've
Conan.
probably just been looking at what's in these things over on the sides here and didn't even notice that you were just totally picking that thing apart.
Yeah, so aside from the two items that you both found, you don't find anything else on the shelves that's useful at all. It's all ruined junk, noxious, old stuff that isn't good for anybody anymore.
Alvisstavver will say that the rat squeaking means gold.
I'll probably inspect the urns then to see not just what's in them, but see if there's a little bit more stuff like detailed markings or any of that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ask your question.
Does Keen smell any like legitimate snakes? I hate snakes.
No.
I'm joking.
No, she doesn't.
Okay, I'm okay. I was just wondering, it was a perfect opportunity to like cover snakes in gold or something. Hidden gold snakes.
So, in one urn, you find you find a good amount of gold, like probably like 100 coins worth. In another urn, you find a gleaming silver. It's like properly folded up. So on first glance, you think maybe it's like silver coins, but when you look closer and go to remove it, you find it's a full body chain shirt.
Damn, nice. Silver though?
Silver. Is it
Gleaming?
Particularly light?
Sure is.
Is it magical?
Mithril.
Technically, I don't think this is magical, even though it's in that section.
Is it mithril?
I think most adventurers would know what that is, right?
Yeah, I think so. Elven chain.
I think everybody knows what mithril is. And one more thing. You find a furled up scroll in a box in the last urn.
In a box, in an urn, you find a scroll. on which contains
it-
letters.
Yeah, what language can I see? What is it written in?
The language of the arcane. Now, if you could go ahead and roll me a what dice do I want you to roll for this? We gotta decide. Choices. 1, 2.
Also, offhand, how many minor gems did I get from the teeth? Like 4, 2.
Real quick, like 6 or so.
Damn.
They're relatively small, but they're various types. Can you roll me a D8, Mr. Nimbus? Actually, no, Alvisstavver. This was yours. Roll me a D8.
Okay, sorry. I was adding something. Now I'm done. Slash roll 1d8. Don't die.
3. Okay, thank you.
I'm dead, aren't I?
Oh. Okay, now can you roll a... Hang on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 12, 13. Roll me a D13, if you would. Thank you. Okay. So... Nimbus.
Yep.
This is an arcane device. But it's not one on your list.
It's an arcane device.
This is a spell scroll that's not for wizards.
Huh. I can use arcane device.
Can I get a feel for who it might be for?
Roll Arcana.
Damn, nice roll, man.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a relatively higher level a druid spell.
Ooh.
Higher level druid spell. Oh.
I was hoping to
So this may have been a druidic people that raised this island here. Huh.
That would be pretty neat.
That would make sense why they built with the nature in such the way that they did.
And I thank them for the nature of the value of their gems.
Yeah, let me we'll figure out exactly how much that is when we get back. But yeah, you've got like 2 pounds of gold coins, and that stuff was all that you found in here.
So you said one of them was clear, and what was the other one?
Right, I was going to check that for you. The other one is... Oh, Nimbus, roll me a d10.
All right.
Turns out we're all like cursed for stealing stuff from this goddess.
Super good.
I haven't
No.
stolen anything yet.
We completed the ritual. It said we were going to be blessed with the wisdom. Well, here we are.
It's like white, basically, like translucent white.
Okay.
Awesome.
And what school did I detect that it was from?
The one you got is abjuration, and the one Limbani got was evocation or transmutation. I think.
Transmutation. Okay, cool. Cool. Obviously, we aren't meant to just chug these willy-nilly. We should probably figure out what they're actually for, and I expect they might be needed for some ritual elsewhere on the island.
Alvisstavver dares you to do a taste test.
Why would I do that when Soriana's always happy to try?
Oh, good idea.
That lady is nuts. I love her.
All right. Alvisstavver double checks for stuff along the snake. Maybe the scales have something about them. Maybe deeper in the mouth. Is the mouth open? Yeah, it'd have to be. I took stuff off the teeth.
The mouth is slightly open, but looking inside it, you find it's a shallow. It's just like the tongue is sort of there, like the stone teeth, and then the gemstone teeth you already pulled out, and it's just kind of a stone bowl after that.
Nothing under the tongue.
No, it's one of those where it's like a flat relief in the mouth.
I totally get you.
Yeah.
All right, and there's nothing like no symbols in here, nothing, no buttons.
Not that you're seeing. No. This appears to be a basement.
All right. Alvisstavver jumps off, very happy about himself, and says, "Well then,
so
the wisdom has been granted."
You've got two big pearls.
Yeah, I called them Snake Eye Pearl.
You've got a handful of gems.
6 small gems from teeth.
2 red ones, 2 blue ones, 2 green ones.
Ksenia's gonna come over and look at what you found. How does Alvisstavver react to that?
He'll happily show you them inside his hands. Okay. His mage hand will, keep a watchful eye for that, whatever that means metaphorically.
One of those could be very useful for us long term. Just saying.
How so?
It's kind of a necessary component for one of my spells that you might rather enjoy.
Oh. Alvisstavver is very interested. Oh, yes, and we have 2 potions here. And a magical scroll. Actually, I don't know if I know that. I know about the potion, but not the scroll. Maybe. I don't know.
Metagame as much as you want. I'll punish you later.
There's one more building we want to check out, too, if we have enough time. Alvisstavver is also interested in taking that snake statue once we're done. Not the big one here, but up top.
I think we have enough time to continue. Will you all be heading back up? It seems like you've scoured the place pretty thoroughly. So Alvisstavver has all those gems. Who's taking everything else? The potions and the scroll are easy enough, but we've got some gold to worry about and a big chain shirt.
Is Alvisstavver handing off that pearl?
It's up to him, I suppose.
Alvisstavver is picking his nose with his pinky. Like, what? The pearls?
Well, just one of them. Like I said, I can use it to help you identify, any items you find.
Oh, yeah. We do need a very large, valuable pearl for that, don't we?
Alvisstavver,
It's still on to, right?
Alvisstavver looks at one of them and actually shrugs, hands it over. I guess this other one goes to the guild. Puts it in a
Works for me.
pouch in his vest. Underneath his golden robes, he still wears his travel clothes.
All right, she's gonna take that pearl and tuck it into her bag.
Great.
All right.
Does anybody need like a blue gem or a green gem? I thought that was a thing for one of Nimbus's spells or a wizard spell.
I mean, chromatic orb needs a diamond,
But I have that. So
No,
I know there's some crushed rubies that you could do some cool stuff with.
honestly, the rest of
I think a lot of stuff uses ruby dust actually.
well, a lot of these are then going to the fort. But yeah, are we done with this? Alver's
yeah, here,
Tavern.
I'll grab the scroll with druid spell. And I don't know, Limbani, were you gonna hold on to the potion you found?
I mean, I'd probably honestly rather not.
Okay.
You want it?
I can take it. I mean, they're both going to go to Soriana for identification first, so
Cool.
That is a clear.
Yep.
Clear vial.
And transmutation, I think, was the school.
Yes, indeed.
I'm assuming that pearl has negligible weight.
Yeah, call it 0.1.
Okay. And then the gold, I guess we'll sort that out later.
Cool.
Who's carrying this big pile of chain bits? It's still 20 pounds, unfortunately.
It's 20 pounds. Well, let me ask this: Is it something that you would actually? Could you even use that, Elvis? I don't think so. Can you?
The chain shirt?
Yeah, you seem more like a leather guy.
I feel
Chain
like
is
I'm way
medium.
more of a leather guy. Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's why I was interested in the studded leather or even the carapace.
Right,
at
the
very beginning
carapace.
because it would be very light.
yeah.
I'm also a gnome with
I have been
10
thinking
strength.
about picking up armor myself, but I would be encumbered by it.
Yeah, I would definitely be encumbered by it. My clothes make me encumbered if I'm not careful.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's really worth it to me to get armor unless I can get, like, breastplate.
I see. Well, if not here, I'm sure somebody back at the fort would be able to use it, or otherwise, depending on what kind of price we can fetch for it, it might be enough that we can build up the forge a bit, and just be able to make our own chain and other armors.
I'll
and
carry
such.
it for a bit. I'll just drop it if we get into battle and then pick it back up at the end.
What about Limbani? Is it better armor than what she has? She's a paladin.
Almost definitely not.
Yeah, I already have chainmail, I think.
Ah, okay.
So she's almost full.
Oh yeah, no, I'm usually encumbered.
Oh, I meant in terms of AC.
Oh yeah, no, my AC's I think as high as I'm gonna get it at a reasonable amount.
Well,
All right.
until you can get plate.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm going to bring you all out onto the map.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm taking the serpent statue when no one's looking.
Oh, fair enough. It's a little bit bulky. This thing weighs probably like 5 pounds.
Fuck.
So yeah, I'm the one carrying the chain shirt. Yes.
Yeah, if you want.
All right.
Also, when you
Put it on,
remove it, the door closes, but you think you may have broken the mechanism because it only closes about 3/4 shut.
Interesting. Does it hiss?
No.
Okay.
Well, that was interesting.
Quite.
All right. Well, let's not delay then.
Dilly dally, shilly shally.
Yeah, it's over here, correct?
Yeah, that was where that other
Yeah.
object was.
Just a quick stroll then. I guess we'll just look around a little as we go, see if we see anything along the way.
Yeah, so as you approach this, you see it's a relatively short tower. Appears to in its heyday probably have been 2 stories. You can see evidence. So there's much like everything else on the location. There's a lot of plant life that has reclaimed most of this structure, but comparatively, it's standing strong. You can see actually around the outer side of it, going up, indentations in the stone, in like a staircase pattern. You could probably assume that there might have once been wooden stairs here that have long since rotted away.
So, are we able to access the higher areas of it easily?
Well, if you look, it's actually enclosed. So there is a roof to this one. And,
were you supposed to switch maps for us?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, there is a roof to this one, and there's a open doorway that you can look into, and it's dark inside because there's only a couple of very short windows, and you see that the ceiling is also made of stone brick. You don't see a way up from the inside. And in terms of features inside, you see a lot of like animal droppings and nestings and stuff, but nothing man-made here.
No obvious way to get to the upper part, huh?
How high is it? You said less than 2 stories?
Yeah, getting to the top would be 20 feet at best.
Limbani, throw me. I'll tie 50 feet of rope around me.
Alvisstavver,
What?
just give me 30 seconds to create the ice platform.
We have familiars that can fly.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I should just send Bedeth through the top.
But what if there's something in there that I want?
Both of our wizards can fly.
Yes, but
if we need
if I'm gonna levitate up there, I need to know that it's worth getting up, spending the spell slot.
Okay.
That's why you just throw me up there. I'm a gnome.
Okay.
I got some rope. I'm like a grappling hook, except I'm alive.
So, all right. So, are we doing the gnome?
gnome?
Are we doing the owl, or are we doing the wizard?
While they're talking about that, I've already sent Bedeth up.
Okay. At the on top of this tower, you see a flower pedestal thing identical to the one you saw on the island, and it also has a image in it.
What's the image? Is it the same one or something different?
It looks like an island on a lake.
Huh. I take a look around. Does this look like the position of the other one?
Off to the sides, you see a crumbling stone building. In that picture.
Ah.
Yeah.
Which is to say yes.
Wait, is this the same picture as the one on the red, the campaign module?
Huh?
No, it can't be the same image.
No.
Never mind.
Interesting.
Oh, you mean the title card? No, not that.
So I'm assuming you tell us about this.
So, just out of curiosity, I'm gonna try tossing a pebble. Having Badath like drop a pebble into the image and see what happens.
The pebble plinks off of the metal after going through the image and falls on the ground.
Okay. So interesting.
I want you to be aware that these things are not rooted into place. They are like tripod at the base, but they're stand.
Well,
Let's pick one of these back.
this one isn't at the center, so I'm less worried that moving it's going to sink this place.
Throw the gnome. Let's pick this up and drop it down so we can bring it back.
How difficult would it be just to manually climb it?
The tower.
Yeah.
You know what? This one it's kind of crumbly and just like stone bricks. So give me an athletics check.
All right. Athletics isn't my best subject, but okay. Oh, wrong way. That's not how it works.
It takes some doing. You almost slip down once or twice, but you get up there, and you're at the top. There's nothing else of note up here aside from this pedestal object.
Except for the monster behind you. Rah!
All right. Well, I'm going to
Two, bunny.
just try tapping it, seeing if anything happens, not actually moving it.
If you tap it, nothing happens.
What if I budge it just a little bit?
If you like poke it with enough force to like wobble it a little bit,
Yeah.
there will be a cessation of a gentle hum that you didn't realize was there, and then the image that was there stops, and you see these in like I've described this as like a flower kind of pedestal. So in what you would describe as the petals, each one has a pair of glowing circles in it, and those all go dark, and then the petals fold up and close.
And then the island starts plummeting. No.
If we could get the one on the island and bring this back to Decus, and then figure out how they work, we might be able to find a means to communicate between both of the or two obelisks.
Maybe.
Alvisstavver is just speculating.
So, can I see anywhere to perhaps reactivate it?
If you're looking for a button, you don't see one. If you like prod it again, it doesn't really do anything. You must have interrupted whatever it was doing.
Well, the good news is the island didn't fall, but this thing looks like it shut down for the moment.
Let's take it back.
Yeah, I think so.
the one on the island too.
You can pick it up. It's as heavy as like a spear.
Okay.
And if they're useless, my guild will want them for their story.
All right, so at this point, it's getting late in the day. You all have been up on this island for a decent while. And you think you could probably get down and start making the trek back to Keep Silex a little ways before nightfall. So I think what I'm going to do, because it's pretty 3:15 a.m. in the morning, we'll say you don't have any troubles going to get the other pedestal object. You're able to replicate the whole boat thing and cross that lake and pick it up. Between the four of you, the encumbrance you're dealing with is handled readily enough. And on the way back, you're able to make use of Nimbus's floating disc. The day after you depart the island, the Redshift begins. You're all hit with the first wave, and so you make a hurried trek back to Fort Maricus to report in. So I think in this case, what we're going to do, since this was pretty long today, let's tomorrow. I'll pop into the Discord and we'll discuss some loot distribution and everything, and we could just do that over the weekend because I think it'll go pretty smoothly for everyone.
Sure.
Sounds good.
I think you're right. Thank you for
All right.
DMing.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thanks
Great
for
game.
playing, everyone.
It was nice meeting the two of you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
nice to meet
sure.
you as well.
Be fun games in the future.
So next, also welcome back and thank you for playing Alvisstavver.
Oh, it's good to be back.
I'm glad to have you back. So hopefully we get you more often and
Righteous, absolutely.
keep the thief involved.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to be here.
And I know he's busy, but tell Umbwa to show up. God,
Yeah, I will.
he fell asleep and never woke up in game.
He fell into a coma, yeah, I forgot. Like, it's almost legitimately, like, it would be medically concerning by now.
It has been for some time. So I mean, I know what I want to do. Tell him when he gets back for what he's been doing this whole time. But
He was RPing that he's just been writing the epic story this whole time. He woke up when he got back up, and he's just been writing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay then. So yeah, I'll continue with all of you after that, and then we'll see what happens next week.
Sweet.
Good
yeah,
night, everyone.
I'm
Good
a
night.
little disappointed that we never once got attacked because I had something great planned with that one.
I kind of wanted to skin the hide of that weird rabbit thing.
All right,
that would have been great.
I can destroy you next time. So.
But I won't have a 1 next time.
Oh, yes, that's what you meant. Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll get it again at some point. It's only a 5%.
At some point.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Yeah.
Bye,
Good night,
everyone.
everybody.